Hello, welcome everybody. We're just jumping right in today. No countdown because Twitch Studio is bugging out and won't let me start the countdown. So you just get to hang out with me for 3 to 5 minutes until 6:30 rolls around. We'll just hang out for a minute. Yeah, my streaming client is being buggier than a bug in a rug. So just gonna do some tests here. First off, can y'all see me and can y'all hear me? Those are the two big questions. Hey, welcome. Okay. All right, good deal. That's the most important part. Even if Twitch Studio isn't going to let me do my countdown today or, various other things, at the very least, you can see and hear me. So that's good. I've been knee deep in technical difficulties today, man. Whew. So you get to stare at my face for a little bit. Hey, Snarfin. Hey, Young Comet, welcome. Let's do it. Welcome, house. Good to have you here. Yeah, we're going to have a fun time tonight, I think. This will be interesting. Also, about 2 minutes ago, my display driver crashed, I think, and it made everything go down. So we might have a fun time managing technical difficulties and frustrations tonight. So we'll see how it goes. I don't know if it's Twitch Studio or Windows 11 or what's going on, but just as an FYI, if my stream suddenly drops, it's because my display driver crashed again. How long am I going to stream for? Taco, this will probably be a long one tonight. Just the sheer length of the tutorial that we're doing, it's a long one, and we're gonna probably do this. We're gonna be on for probably as long as it takes. I don't got work tomorrow. Hey, Reina, welcome. Hey, Neste, welcome. We got about one more minute, and then we'll get started. One or two. Might give people some leeway. Rascal says backend is like a whole new world and Express is the magic carpet that does most of the work for us. Yeah, I mean, that's how it seems. I'm not too familiar with it. But I mean, the way it seems so far is that it's pretty powerful. It can do a lot of stuff and it can help streamline some of those super complicated things that we're doing manually in Node before. Hey, Travel, you got some soup for your allergies and you are ready to code. That's awesome. What kind of soup is it? House, I love backend way more than front end so far. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm a backend dev. I work in SQL, which is very, very different from Mongo. Mongo is those types of object oriented databases are literally called NoSQL databases. So it's very different than what I do for a living, but I can see there's parallels though. I can still see parallels. So it's interesting. Potato soup. I love potato soup. Yeah. I'm going to turn down my volume just a little bit. That should be better. Yeah. Okay. You like backend more too? Don't like CSS. Yeah. I don't know. Does anybody really like CSS? I'm sorry. I know there's some brilliant designers out there and they make amazing things in CSS. So I'm just personally not very good at it. Hey, Green Windbreaker, you got stuck connecting to Mongo. Well, hopefully we can rectify that tonight. Is anybody running Node on Ubuntu? Yeah, I'm not. I'm just doing, vanilla on Windows, and no, I don't have WSL installed. Hey, Sky Lily, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Weras. Welcome, Born. Good to see ya. Hey, Super Sammy, welcome. We got a lot of first timers tonight. It's awesome. When installing Node, it's a one-time thing. Node is pretty much kind of global. You can use it over and over again. We don't have to install it again, but we'll do a double check to make sure that everybody has it installed before we get started. And if you don't have it, if you don't have Node installed, I would suggest waiting and not following along with this tutorial yet if you don't have Node. I would suggest going back and watching my stream from last Sunday where I walk you through installing Node. So watching that first, installing Node, messing around with it a little bit, and then coming back to this VOD later on and watching it. So um, oh, Sky, please do code along. Yeah, don't just watch. If you have the ability, please code along, follow the tutorial. Let's do it together. Because that's the best way to learn is to get your fingers dirty and get your fingers on the keys and make something, right? Alos, are you going to be incorporating DOT and DOT and V? I don't into today's stream. I'm a Node newbie, so we're just going to be following along with the tutorial, and what that incorporates is Express, body parser, and a few other modules, but not that specific one. Yeah, and Rascal summed it up very nicely. Node is once per machine. Express is once per project. MongoDB is once per project. So yeah, Node is kind of global. It's helping us, and we have npm in Node, and it's helping us manage all these packages. But Express and some of these other modules are local to the project unless you make them global. But yeah, not recommended. So we're going to do it the way it's recommended, which is just per project basis. Okay, so let's get into it. First, I'm going to share my screen. I want you guys to confirm that you can see my screen because I was having problems with that too earlier. I'm just all up in the all up in technical difficulty land today. So I got a new monitor, and that seems to have precipitated all of this. So all right, so you guys should see my gameplay window now with a VS Code window on the left and then the finished project on the right. Excellent. Laylo, thank you so much for the sub. Oh, and two, before we get too far into this, thank you so much, Laylo. That's much appreciated. I wanted to thank Atlas Omac. They subbed in between streams. They subbed with their Prime, so spending those Bezos bucks. They subbed with Prime in between streams. So thank you to you both, Laylo and Atlas Omac. All right, so this is what we're building today on the right. We're building a Star Wars like quote. You can add Star Wars quotes to a database. And you can see those quotes listed down here at the bottom. You can replace a Yoda quote with a Darth Vader quote, and you can remove a Darth Vader quote. So essentially what we're doing here is we're showing the capabilities of a database those CRUD capabilities of a database. Create, read, update, and delete is what we're going to demonstrate here. So I'll just show you how this works first. Does somebody give me a Star Wars quote? It can be by any character. Just give me a quote and who said it. Yeah, and I also fixed Darth Vader's name. It's spelled wrong multiple times in the tutorial. Oh, I like the one by Captain 47. So R2D2 said the immortal line of "Whoa." Yeah, whenever he's excited. So we can go ahead and add that. So we say submit. And you can see there, it's added it to the DOM down there. Well, you might be like, well, that's nothing spectacular. We've done that in in code before, right? We've done things where on an event listener, you add an additional line to the DOM. It's not a big deal, right? Well, the interesting thing about this is that this is actually writing it to a backend database that is outside of the environment we're currently working in. So I want to show you guys that too, the kind of the differences to what we've done before. We're creating an outside database that we can really leverage the power of the backend to build more complex apps. So let me get that pulled up. So in this case now, this is running off of a MongoDB database that has all of this information in it. So all those quotes that were displayed at the bottom of the page exist in this MongoDB database. And it's kind of small, but down there at the bottom, you can see the quote that I just added. So this is existing in a database cluster in the back end, which is pretty cool, I think. So I just wanted to show you that really briefly. You hate sand. Yeah, I hate sand. That's another good quote. That's another good quote. Yeah. Yeah, and so we can also do some additional manipulation, and what that's going to do is it's also going to be manipulating the back-end database. So we can replace a Yoda quote with a quote written by Darth Vader. So if I click this, you can see that this quote right here switched from "do or do not, there is no try" to this Darth Vader quote. Now, if we've got a little bit too much Darth Vader in our eyeline here, we can also do a delete and get rid of one of those Darth Vader quotes. There we go. And the only two that are left are the ones where Darth Vader is spelled wrong, because it's spelled wrong in the tutorial. So we can correct that when we do it. But in my version, there's two that are spelled wrong. Oh, Civic, you just wanted to let me know that your reticulated hillstream loach is still alive and living his life. Good. Thank you for the update. Yes, I had forgotten about the loach, but I appreciate it. Jason asks, where does the database live? On my computer. No, that's the cool part. It lives in the cloud, which is the cool part. Yeah, so we are creating true cloud database applications. This lives on a Mongo database. I believe I chose an Amazon server. This lives on like an Amazon AWS server somewhere, who knows where, in the cloud, but it's accessible by us at any point. So that's what's so cool about this. Oh, great. Got a lot of first timers here. That's awesome. Thank you all for coming. Yeah, and it's okay if we don't understand all of this right now. We're just dipping our toes into it. But the cool thing is now that we're sort of creating like a separation of storage, right? We're used to making apps and things that are always, everything is on our machine. And that's great for us, for our personal use. But if we're trying to make apps that literally anyone can use from anywhere, we need more accessible methods of storage, and we need people to be able to read and write, from anywhere to this centralized location. And so now we're starting to learn how to build on these cloud database solutions such as MongoDB, that are going to allow us to really build these truly global full stack apps. So this is where we get to the big time. Yeah. Sangi, I heard you were talking about nodes, so I followed. Oh, welcome. Hey, Pink Star, welcome. Yeah, we're doing everything from scratch. So the tutorial that we're using is this tutorial that Leon has assigned. So if you're in the 100 Devs community, you can find the link to this tutorial on our Discord in the follow along materials section. However, I'm also going to share the link in chat for you. So I've just shared the link, so feel free to grab that and follow along. I'm going to keep it open as we go. We're going to follow along with it. However, you can have it open on your machine as well. And the other thing I'm going to share with you is, so you don't have to sign up for the newsletter. I took that bullet for you, and I'm going to share with you the GitHub of the finished code. And this is from the writer of the tutorial. If you sign up for his newsletter, they give you the link to the GitHub. However, I'm just going to share it with you now. However, I highly recommend that you still code along. Don't just copy and paste. Use the GitHub if you get stuck, and you hit a point where you're unable to progress, or you're trying to, you've done your troubleshooting, you still can't figure it out, and you just need to compare against the finished product. Or there's a couple places where the tutorial is a little vague, and so if you need some help figuring out what's being asked, you can check the GitHub as well. However, please do code along. So let's see. Are we going through the entire tutorial? Yes, we are, and I have no idea how long it's going to take. So my streams average about 3 to 4 hours, so I would put it somewhere in that range. Rascal says, for those who want more control over the data, you can start a local instance of MongoDB after installing the full server, not the node module, with a single command, MongoDB dbpath database. Yeah. So yeah, you have options on how your data is hosted. we're just going to follow the tutorial. But if you're a little more comfortable with Mongo and you want to try that, then absolutely you may. Good suggestion. Okay. So, does it get uploaded somewhere? Yes, excellent question. So, for those of you who are new, we've got a lot of first timers, which is awesome. Thank you for coming. For those of you who are new, all of my streams are automatically recorded as VODs. And if you go to my channel, you can see my VODs on my channel. So, those will be up there for 60 days. And after that, I'll move them to YouTube. I'll admit I'm a little behind on the YouTube, but that I do plan to get caught up tomorrow. Through last week. So do exclamation point YouTube if you want a link to my YouTube channel. My Twitch channel is obviously where you are right now, so you don't need a link to that. But yeah, excellent question. So no worries if you have to leave before the stream is done. You can always come back and watch the VOD. That's perfectly fine. I don't mind at all. We can make it 8 hours. We have the training. What's your favorite database? So I'm biased because I'm a SQL developer. So I I just have a lot more experience with relational databases, the classic type of database. These sort of collection-based, object-based databases are very new to me. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to end up liking them. I just don't have enough experience to tell you. So yeah, I do. I work in T-SQL and PL-SQL. And I tend to work with more traditional relational database structures, tables and that sort of thing. So, yeah. All right. So let's go ahead and get started. Feel free to ask questions at any point. Also, too, we might make mistakes along the way. That's okay. We're going to manage frustrations and we're going to get through it together, right? Right. Okay. So we're gonna make this. And so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to kill the instance of this that's running in my notes. So give me 1 second to do that, so that we can build our own version. Okay. So now if I reload this, it should be dead. Yeah. All right. Because now we're going to build our own version. All right. So let's get started. We're going to head to the tutorial. And so this is an introduction to CRUD, Express, and MongoDB. So what is Express? So Express is a framework for building web applications on top of Node.js. Now, everybody should already have Node.js installed. We're going to confirm that in a minute. And like I said, if you don't have Node installed, please jump off of this stream, go to my channel, and look for my my last VOD where we went through installing Node. But we'll check that in a minute and make sure everybody has it. What Express does is it helps simplify a lot of those complex tasks that we've been doing in Node, such as server creation. MongoDB is a database. So it's like a place where you can store information, lots of information, all together and organize it in a way that makes sense for what you're trying to do. And CRUD is an acronym for create, read, update, and delete. And even in the type of databases that I work with, I perform the same type of operations, just in a different way. So it's a set of operations that we get the servers to execute: post, get, put, and delete. So what create or post does is it makes something. So you're creating a new thing in the database. You're saying, for example, when I typed into the quote generator, when I typed that R2D2 quote, then it posted that. It put it into the database. Read is when we get something out of the database. So for example, when we listed the quotes down at the bottom of the page, we were getting them from the database. When we update or put, we're changing something. So if we wanted to, change a Yoda quote into a Darth Vader quote, we're altering an existing entry. We're leaving it there, but we're altering it in some way. And then deleting is pretty straightforward, right? We're removing it from the database. Okay, and they just have a little diagram here showing that. So we have our browser, our CRUD operation, and our CRUD operations go back and forth from the browser to the server to the database and then back. Yeah. Are we starting a new folder for a new project? Yeah, we'll be starting a new folder. Yep. All right, so we're going to be building the application that I just showed you. And the reason I showed you my demo was because if you click this link, the demo does not work. So that's why I went ahead and built it, and I wanted to show it to you to show you the functionality and explain it to you a little bit, because that link no longer works, which you'll find that, right? And in the real world, you're going to find broken links, bad documentation. Once you get your first dev job, that's going to be a common theme. Probably one of the first things you'll be asked to do in your first dev job is to clean something up, to fix documentation, that kind of thing. That's a very common request. And I already gave you the source code, so I'll paste it again just in case you didn't get it the first time. There's the source code again, but again, please do code along and just use the source code to validate if you're having any problems. Okay, so prerequisites. So you're not afraid of typing things into the command line. We've done enough in Git that you shouldn't be afraid of typing things into the command line. We're all early 2000s hackers now, right? And you need to have Node installed. So how do I know if I have Node installed if I'm not sure? Well, I'm going to go to VS Code. I'm in a VS Code window here. I've opened up a terminal by going to Terminal and New Terminal, okay? And this is my terminal window down here. If I want to see whether I have Node installed, I can type Node, oops, not in caps, sorry, Node-V. And what I should get back is the version of Node that I have installed. If you get an error, please just jump off this stream, go to my channel, and look at my previous video on installing Node and go ahead and just walk through that, and then come back and watch this VOD later. Okay? So I'm gonna continue and assume that everybody who's still on does have Node installed. Okay, so getting started. You know you have Node because you were using it 5 minutes ago. That's awesome. Yeah, JSON. I mean, that's a reasonable point. If you're messing around in the terminal, you can cause some damage. So, try to be careful with the types of commands you're using and when you're using them. Yeah, and I think Leon's mentioned that too, is you can do damage, but it's important to not be afraid of it, because the more practice you get, the better you'll be at manipulating around inside the terminal. Yeah. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is create a folder for the project. Feel free to call it anything you want. So I've already created a folder and I have it open in VS Code, and I've called it CRUD for demo. I've called it, so go ahead and create your folder. And after you've created your folder, JSON, you can create the folder wherever you want. Wherever you put your 100 dev stuff normally, doesn't matter to me. It's not going to matter to Node either. Just put it in some place where you know where it is. And then once you've created it, go ahead and navigate to it in the terminal. Now, remember how we do that, right? We do CD and we navigate to it. If you have it open in VS Code, then you might already be navigated to it in the terminal in VS Code. So just make sure. So for example, mine is in my C drive, under my name, under documents, and I can tell I'm in the folder because the folder name is right here. Okay. So I'm in it. Perfect. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this window to the left just a little bit so I can see. Okay. And I'm going to type npm init. And then I'm going to hit enter. And it didn't. Okay, there we go. All right. Let's see what happens. Hey, Laba, welcome. We're working in Node, Express, and Mongo today. Yeah. Yeah, Jason. Yeah, good job. Okay, so we can see that some stuff has come up. And what do we do? Well, all you need to do is just hit enter. So just keep hitting enter until it stops putting things up on the screen. So just keep hitting enter. And say it's okay. And just keep hitting enter until you get your prompt back. So don't worry about any of that. But now, look what it's done for us here. Look what it's done for us here. We can see that now it's created something, right? It's created something in our folder. It's created something called package.json. Okay, and what this has done is it's created essentially a file that's going to help us manage the dependencies that we're going to need to install in order to make our code work. So this is going to help us manage those dependencies. And what npm is, it's a package manager, right? And so it's going to help us install these things and keep track of them and reference them later. Yeah, and we typed npm init. See right here? Just type npm init and keep hitting enter until you get your prompt back. A bunch of stuff's going to pop up on the screen. You don't need to worry about it. Just keep hitting enter until you get your prompt back, like I have right here. Yeah. Thank you for the bit, Sharma. Welcome. Okay. So now we're going to run Node, and for those of you who have looked at our Node exercises before, we know how to run Node, right? When we want to run a Node file, we just say Node and then the file name. But first, we need to create that file that we're going to run. Okay. Kiddo Rascal posted the link for you there, right below your chat. Okay, so what we're going to do is you can either create the file directly in the command line, or you can just create it here in VS Code. So I'm just going to create it in VS Code here. It's going to be called server.js. Okay, I've created my file, and again, remember it's in my CRUD folder, and on next to my package manager here. So I'm just going to go ahead and grab this console log and put it in the file, and we're going to save that, and then we're going to run our file in Node. Now, if I want to run a file in Node, right, I just type Node and then the file name. So in this case, I'm going to type Node server JS. Okay. Let's see what happens. Yeah. So look at that. What did we get back? We got the console log that we added to our file. Awesome. So Node seems to be working. Now, we haven't set up any sort of servers or listening or anything yet. We're not going to do that just yet. This is just testing to make sure that Node is functioning. And we've done that. So I'm just going to look through chat here. JSON, after making the CRUD folder, you need to make a file. So you made your folder, right? So run npm init in the terminal. And then you need to create a server.js file as well. So feel free to scroll up a little bit, like open the tutorial and scroll up a little bit, and you'll see those commands there. Yeah. Smile. It says noder, not node. So maybe yeah. Check your yeah. There you go. Typo. You figured it out. Good job. You got it. Hey, horrific. Welcome. Thanks for coming. Oh, really? No. CST and EST. Yeah, time zones have got us all at some point, right? JSON, that touch server JS, that's just going to help us create a new file directly in the terminal. However, you can always just go up in VS Code and create your file that way. You can just do the, click the new file button there, or create it in your file explorer, however you normally do it. It's fine. ACM, did you create your server.js file first before you tried to run node server.js? Make sure you created your you have to create the file first before you can run node on it. Rosalind, you can create the folder however you want. Like I normally just create folders in the file explorer, and then I can go in VS Code. I just create like a folder in my file explorer itself, and then in VS Code you can just go to File, Open Folder, or you can you can open it directly from File Explorer, however you like to do it. There's really no trick to this. It's just however you normally create folders for your projects, just do it that way. Okay, so you're supposed to see, yeah. So if you've added your console log of main node be with you to server.js and have saved it, that's the critical part. Make sure you save and then run node server.js. You should see main node be with you in the console. He spelled server wrong. Oh no! Spelling errors, the death of us all. Oh, good, Joda. Awesome. I'm going to hydrate. It's really warm in this room today. My goodness. Mm. And I just spilled tea on my shoes. So good start. Oh, yeah. We're going strong so far. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, I'll hydrate again. Oh, boy. Okay. Well, I'm probably going to be sweating, so don't mind me if I get all shiny, but we'll get through it. That mug is huge. Yeah, I got two huge mugs. This is my NASA mug. So, yeah, it worked. Good job. All right. So, yeah, and feel free to, you don't have to do Star Wars. If you want Star Trek or Spaceballs or whatever, Battlestar Galactica, I don't care. Whatever quotes you want to add is up to you. You'll just need to make some modifications later on. But okay, so let's keep going. If you're struggling with, if you're still struggling with this, you can always rewind the VOD. You can always go to the VOD and rewind. Or if you're still not totally comfortable with even how to interact with Node, like I say, you can always go back to my previous video where we kind of touch on more of the fundamentals. So, okay, so we've got our command line. We ran this and we saw that Node is printing a message into the terminal, right? So now we're going to add a layer on top of the basic node that we've already been using. So we're going to install something called Express. And we're going to leverage our package manager, NPM, to help us install that. So if you're a node expert, you might have a different package manager, but most of us have installed NPM by default. And so what we're going to do is in our terminal, we're going to run this command right here. It's in the tutorial, so you can grab it straight out of there. I'm going to type it out just for good practice. But we're going to run npm, calling our package manager, install. We're telling it to install something. And express, that's what we're telling it to install. Please install Express for me. And then we're going to save it. And here, in the next line down here, it tells us what that's doing. The save flag saves Express as a dependency in package.json, which is this file that NPM created for us up here. NPM can retrieve dependencies with another npm install command when you need it later. So we're gonna run this, and then I'm gonna show you what's in package.json. We can see what it did. Okay. And it did, some stuff, and it, flashed some stuff up on the screen for a minute. And yeah, so it basically what it did is it just installed Express for us. I have three S's in Express. Oh, well, who knows what I installed? That's all right. We'll just do it again. Express. I feel like there's packages with literally every single possible name, so I'm not surprised. That's all right. Express, 2 S's this time, and save. There we go. Yeah, so it installed it just fine. Second try, yeah. I wouldn't worry too much about what it's actually saying here. It just looks, it tells us that it installed it, and so I'm happy with that right now. All right, so look at this now. We've got a couple things up here now. We've got package and package lock. So first off, let's look inside package JSON and see what's in there. Okay. So check this out. So I can see that this is an object, right? We've got an object here, and we've got our main JS folder. We recognize that. But down here, check this out. We've got a couple of dependencies. We've got Express, which is version 4.18.1, and then Express with three S's, which is version 0 because I think it just installed it, but there's nothing there. So we don't have to worry. You won't see that because I'm assuming you didn't make the same mistake that I did. So this is telling us that we did install Express successfully. All right. We were just talking about spelling errors. It was staged. Yeah, it's all about the engagement, just like like Leon says, whenever he makes a spelling or pronunciation error, it's all calculated. I'm driving up views. Wow. Okay. Yeah, you're going to want to make sure that you're in the folder where you intend all of this stuff, where you intend to do your work, where you intend to make sure that you've done your CD to the appropriate folder, in order to make sure that you're getting your packages in the right location. Yeah. So Skylily, check and see. So I don't know where you were at when your terminal crashed, or I'm sorry, when you, I don't know, VS Code or your terminal crashed, but just check and see. Look in here and see what you have. Did you have Express installed? Do you have this file here, this package.json file? Is it still there? And then do you have your Express? If you don't have Express, then just do your Express install again. And you can back up as much as you need to. Yeah, and I'll delete this bad line here. Yeah, since y'all want me to so bad, I was gonna leave it. Should have made you spend channel points on that. All right, and it's saved. There we go. Zebra, indeed. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm in the package.json. See over here what's highlighted? I'm showing you guys that the Express installation, that we were able to successfully install Express. And we can see that Express is right here under our dependencies. Because if you look at the tutorial, this very next giant picture right here shows you that there's a dependency somewhere. It says Express, blah, blah, but it doesn't tell you where to find that. And so I wanted to be clear that you can see what dependencies you have installed by just clicking on package.json. So it's not very clear that this is what you should see in package.json. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to be installing some additional modules and stuff later. This is just what we're starting with. Yeah, we're gonna in Bloodstripe. We're gonna do a little bit of additional stuff later. We're just starting off real slow here, real quick, just making sure we got Express. We're going things in layers, and we're gonna add some additional layers as we go. So never fear. Feel free to look ahead in the tutorial if you want. Yeah, Tara, we're doing this Express installation locally, I believe, in the folder itself. So you're going to need to just do that npm install Express if you want to use it again on another project. Here, Noam, I can give you a recap by giving you the link to this tutorial right here. We are under the using Express section. So just check out that tutorial, and all we've done is we made it down to the using Express section. So what we've done so far is we've made sure that we've created a folder. We've created we've initialized npm to manage our little dependencies. We have made sure that Node is working, and now we've just installed Express. So that's your 30-second recap there. All right. So we did the installation. We've confirmed that we have that dependency of Express. And now we're going to go ahead and use Express in our JavaScript server file. So I'm going back to my server.js file. Okay. And below our console log, we're going to go ahead and put a couple of things. We're going to say const express. Express. I'm going to spell it right this time, I promise. Require express. And so this is just saying, hey, for whatever we're going to be doing in this file, we're going to be using express. So we need it. Please make sure it's available for us to use. And we're going to set another one, const app equals express. And this is just a shortening. Oh, I didn't spell express very well, did I? Dang. All right. So this is just a shortening of so anytime we want to call something a method related to express, we can just say app instead. It'll just be quicker and shorter for us. So it's just a variable is all. Don't panic. Using terminal outside or inside VS Code, it's much easier to do this stuff using the terminal inside of VS Code, in my opinion. I don't know if you can do everything. Somebody else will know better, but I always just use the terminal inside of VS Code. I think it's much easier. Okay, so const app express, and now we're going to go ahead and create our server that is actually going to create a local host that's going to be listening, and we can visit it in our browser and send and retrieve stuff from our local server. And we've done this before, right? In our previous Node tutorials that we walked through with Leon, that we just walked through earlier today, if you were in office hours. And if you recall, inside in that code, it was very hard to follow, very dense, right? There was a lot going on just to create the server. There's a lot you had to do. And we're going to see that in Express, it's much easier to just create a server, create an endpoint that's listening for you. Yeah, Edward, the inside VS Code, the terminal does take you straight to the folder that you're working on, and so you don't have to do you don't have to cd to it. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and set up a listening point here, an endpoint that's listening. So we can just say app.listen. And this 3000 that we're going to type, this is the port. If you remember in Leon's code, we used port 8000, but there's a lot of different ports you can use. And some people use one or the other. This is a valid port that we can have that, that we can visit then later in the browser. So yeah, and this is older syntax. This is just callback syntax. It's okay. We're going to console log listening. Oops, need to be a string. Listening on 3000. Okay. So what this does is when we run this, we should see something print to the console that says it's listening. And then we can also navigate to that endpoint in our browser as well. Okay. Catching up. Yeah, Windows has a bunch of different terminal environments. I'm using PowerShell. You can switch between terminal environments if you want by, let's see, I think it's, where is it? Yeah, so you can click on that little down arrow there. If you don't want to use PowerShell, if you want to use something different, you can go PowerShell, command prompt, or others if you have them installed. Yeah. But it shouldn't matter all that much. They're going to have similar functionality. Okay, so let's initialize our server, and we know how to do that, right? How do I initialize my server? Yeah, Jason. Yep, you answered your own question there, I think. All right, so we're going to do node server.js. Doesn't like to, there we go. Okay. Okay, And look, see what it printed to the console? It said, may node be with you. And that's exactly what we put in our file, right? So it's running. Now let's see what happens if we try to navigate to it in the browser. So if I want to navigate to it in the browser, I'm going to visit localhost 3000. And this is in the tutorial as well. Just go to localhost 3000. Piece of shoot. We're going to get to Nodemon in a little bit. Not quite there yet. All right. See what happens. Okay, so mine says no. Let's see. Mine says it didn't connect, but let's see. That's not what I got before. So previously, when I ran this before, I got cannot get. Oh, I didn't save. My goodness. Golly gee. See, that's what you get. That's what you get when you run live server. When you run live server too much, you forget how to save. That's what Leon keeps telling us. It's going to bite us, right? Oh, and I got to initialize again. This is a new keyboard, so forgive me. All right, Node server.js. All right, so now how can I tell that my server is running and it didn't close out on me? How do I know my server's running? Yeah, the cursor, right? We can see it. And look, there it just initialized itself. So if you can't see that, we can see it says cannot get / Is that a good thing, bad thing? Well, in this case, it's a good thing because it tells us, yes, our server is working, but we don't have we don't have anything for it to grab right now. We haven't given it any, HTML to display or anything like that. So it's saying like, man, I don't know what you want to do. What do you want from me? I'm just a server. I can't do anything myself. You have to give me stuff. So we haven't given it anything to do yet. Yeah. First free view of Express default error handler. Yeah. Okay. So this is a good sign. It means we can now communicate to our Express server through the browser. Oh, and posture check. I'm sorry I missed the posture check. Thank you for that. Just cracked my neck a little bit there. All right. This is where we begin our CRUD operations. So the first thing we're going to perform is a read operation. So browsers perform the read operation when you visit a website. Under the hood, they send a GET request to the server to perform the operation. So, and as we said before, you cannot get / because the server sent nothing to the browser. Yeah, we didn't give it anything to do. In Express, we handle a GET request with the GET method. So we have a method that we can use that's native to Express to basically give it stuff to do. So we're going to use app.get endpoint callback. And the endpoint is the requested endpoint. And it's the value that comes after your domain name. So when we visit localhost 3000, we're actually visiting localhost 3000 / And you might have seen that when you type in a website name into your browser. You could type in like www.reddit.com. And then when you actually hit enter, it's going to add a / to the end of that. And it just does that automatically. And you're reading this article on this address and it's got a / at the end. The domain name is zelwk.com, and anything after that is the requested endpoint, which in this case is blog / CRUD Express MongoDB. Okay. And the callback is what's going to tell the server what to do when the requested endpoint matches the endpoint stated. And that might look a little bit familiar. Do you remember in our vanilla sort of node work that we did with Leon's files, you remember how he had different actions that the code would perform depending on essentially which URL was visited, right? We had one that was just a / for when the user visited the home page, or there was a / other page when the user visited other page. So essentially we're telling that's the endpoint, right? And then we're telling it to do something depending on what endpoint is visited. Okay. Pareja, what you type in the browser is localhost colon 3000. No .com, none of that. We're just local. We're local, baby. We got localhost colon 3000, local server. Okay. Right. You got a blank screen. Did you get? Does it say anything like this? Look for anything like that at the top there. Locals only. Yeah. And also make sure that that whatever text you have in your server.js file matches what I have here. Make sure you're not missing anything. Make sure that this looks the same. And also make sure that you saved, because I didn't. Okay. So our callback tells the server what to do when the requested endpoint matches the endpoint stated, and it takes two arguments, a request and a response. So the to and the from, what goes to and what comes back. Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and take this app.get, and we're going to put it into our server.js file. So we're going to take this and drop it into our server.js, and we're going to add some. I'm not going to save yet because we're going to add a little bit more here. And we just want, all we want to do is just to test this out, we're going to display hello world in the browser. So in order to do that, I need to send something out to my server so it can display it. So we're going to write hello world back to the browser, and we do so by using a send method that comes with the response object. So we're going to say res.send hello world. Res.send hello world. Cool. Okay. And we're going to change. So let's test this, see if it works. And then we're going to change the syntax a little bit so it's a little bit more modern. But let's test this first. You use the old method of callbacks, and then we'll modify it a little bit. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. And then in order for it to display, I'm going to need to restart my server. So how do I close a server that's running? Yeah. Yeah, the question, and pay attention to the question. The question was, how do I stop a server that's currently running? Rascal says, restart the computer. Valid. Yes. A little extreme, though. Yeah. So in order to stop a running server, we can just say Control C. Yeah. Okay. This may sound obvious, but I'm just, we got to reinforce this stuff, right? You got to have it in your brain so you can do it on the fly. All right. So we've stopped our server. Now we can just simply restart it. Node server JS, and start it up again. And we have to also refresh our browser. Hey, check it. Now, pause here for a second, and let's think about, in Leon's code, how many more lines it took just to get this far, just to get something displayed in the browser. This is what like, after not counting the variables that we declared, this is, 4 lines of code, right? That's pretty slick, I would say. Just to output text to the browser on our local server. That's pretty slick and fairly easy to read, versus all that, other stuff that's just in vanilla Node. So yeah, Express makes it a little cleaner, and it also adds a lot more additional functionality that we'll get into later on. Yeah, this is Express. Remember up here when we declared this variable up here, const app equals Express. All these things are methods that are associated with Express. Your hello world is super tiny. Yeah, I zoomed in so y'all could see it. So don't worry. I have mine's at like 200 zoom or something. Yeah. What did I do after I stopped the last server? Well, I hit Control C, right? That stopped the server. And then I just simply started it up again, node server. And what that does is it captures the things since the last save. So we just need to restart the server. It picks up the changes since the last save and it runs it. Yeah. Okay. Now we're going to do a slight reformatting to fit with ES6, which is a slightly newer syntax. So pay attention here. I'm not adding anything new. I'm just replacing the callback with an arrow function. And we know what arrow functions are, right? Don't panic. Instead of, having to type out the word function, we can just get rid of the word function and add an arrow to turn it into an arrow function. Right? So we've got our end, so we've still got our endpoint. And then we've got the function that executes when that endpoint is reached. Jason, we're going to hit the CSS at the very end. I ain't going to worry about CSS right now. I wouldn't anyway. That's the last thing we should be worried about at this moment. If it needs to be bigger, if things are too small on your screen, you can always I would just zoom in the browser. You can, do Control plus or use your scroll wheel to zoom in. Terashawn, my terminal isn't responding. I can't type into it. Okay. Does it look like this? Is your cursor all the way over on the left like that? See the white sort of bar? Oh, it looks like you figured it out. Okay, good. Sorry, I'm a little behind on the chat. I can't read and talk at the same time. Yeah. If your terminal isn't responding, if it looks like this, just hit Control C and get yourself out of it. Just kill your server if you need to do more. We're going to be doing that a lot. You're going to get a lot of practice during the tutorial of starting and stopping. And then we're actually going to install something that's going to make that easier for us to do. Help us do it automatically. Yours is an empty rectangle. That's okay. It's just because you haven't clicked on it. If you click in the if you click on it with your mouse, it'll put the focus back onto it and it'll fill it in. It means the same thing. Yeah. Oh, good, Jason. I'm glad you're learning. Yeah, and some terminals have different styles. In my case, I think if I click off of this, see, look, I clicked in the browser instead, and my little rectangle went unfilled. So it just means I clicked away from it. Just click back and then do your Control C. Okay. So we refined our syntax a little bit, but that's really not going to change anything. And I'll just prove that for you real quick. We'll just save it. We'll stop the server and start it again. And we shouldn't see any difference. All I did was change syntax to something more modern. It's listening. If I reload, I see zero difference, that's what we wanted. Because we just updated our syntax to be more modern. And this is an arrow function. So those of you who are familiar with ES6 or have been following along with the course so far, you should know what arrow functions are, right? You set up your parameters and you add an arrow and then you code the function as normal. Okay, so we've already done that. We stopped the server by hitting Control C and then we ran it again and we confirmed that we see hello world in the browser, right? Awesome. So that's where we're at. Yeah, my browser is magnified. Yep. Just to make it easier for y'all to see. You don't be messing with any CSS yet. Don't touch. Let's hack the FBI. Well, yeah, not quite there yet. All right. So what's next? So we're going to go ahead and modify server.js now to actually serve up an index.html file. And we're going to basically, we're getting things a little bit more robust. So we can actually have rather than just sending a message and writing it to the browser, we want to send an actual index.html, like an actual home page, so that when somebody navigates to that home page, they'll get the homepage, right? So we don't have to type everything out in that res.send command. We can actually just go ahead and serve up an index.html file so the user can see that instead. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to modify our app.get method a little bit. So I'm going to get rid of the hello world. And instead, we're going to use a different method called send file. We can see that VS Code is helping us there. Res.send file. And we can tell it the current directory that we're in. We can say, hey, just use whatever, navigate to whatever directory we're in and add index.html. .html. Yeah. But we haven't created an index.html file yet. So we're telling it to send to hey, grab the index.html file that's in this folder, the folder that we're currently in, grab that file and serve it up. Serve it up to the browser when it asks for it. When the user visits the homepage. But we also need to create our index.html file. So, and you don't have to do it this way. You could type out the whole directory name and all the way to this folder if you wanted, but this is just a quicker way to do it, to say like, hey, yeah, just you, the computer knows what, it knows what directory we're in. So just go to that directory, grab index.html, toss it up. Yes, and that is a double underscore. VS Code should help you. As soon as you type an underscore, VS Code should give you a list of options, and it should help you complete that command. Okay, so let's also make an index.html file. Oh, did I screw up something? Is that saying that I screwed something up or somebody else? Oh, okay, it's replying to somebody else. Okay. Well, is there a reason why you use a / in index.html? Well, let's look at how things are stored on your computer. So hang on one second. Let me pull something up. Let's see. So let's see. Well, I don't have a really good example, but so in this case, when we are navigating around the directory, we'll actually see that we're using /. Oh, and I removed I removed the hello world line as well. Yeah, I removed that. Yeah, I replaced it with this send file. Yep. Yeah, I think we'll see that a little bit more later on with the /. And this is not going to make the file for us. The next thing we're going to do is make an index file so it has something to send. Now, again, you can do that two different ways. You can do touch.index.html in the browser, or sorry, in the terminal, or you can use, I just prefer to use VS Code and make my file there. So I'm going to just make my file, index.html. Boop. Just like we always do, right? This isn't any different than what we've done for a million projects before, right? We can make files within VS Code, and it's going to add them to the folder, and we'll have them ready for use. Yeah, okay, so touch didn't work in the VS Code terminal. Okay, just go ahead and do it in, you could do it in your regular command line. You could go to your regular command line and do it there. Or just click right here, see where my mouse is? You're in the folder where you're supposed to be. Just click on the new file button right there. That's probably the easiest way to do it. And then just type the file name, .html, new file, hooray. Okay. Oh, touch is a Linux Unix command. Ah, good point. Okay. Yeah, so if you're using something like WSL or Minty, I think that would probably work. But in this case, just go ahead and do it, and just go ahead and do it right up here. There's no harm in that. Linux or Macs. Yeah, Mac. I didn't even try touch just because I was just like, it's so much easier to just do it up here. Just do it in with the GUI. Just for that, it doesn't matter. Just it not a big deal. All right. Okay. So yeah, because with Windows you might get into additional things like installing WSL, and that's not what we're here for. You can do that on your own time if you want, but just use the new file, or you could even do it in your file explorer too. I mean, just you know, you could just go to the folder and make it there. That's up to you. But I would do it in VS Code because you're already there. All right. Yeah, and it is almost break time. What we're going to do is we're going to finish our HTML file and we're going to serve it up in the browser, and then we're going to take a break, okay? Because we like to take breaks once every hour to be healthy, and in my case, cool down a little bit. All right, so we're going to add some HTML in our HTML file. And in this case, we can just take what's in the tutorial right here. It's very simple. It's just a title and one line in the body with a header. So go to the tutorial. I think this is fine to just copy and paste. For a lot of the other stuff, we're going to type it out. It's good practice, but we know HTML, right? We already know how to type HTML. Just go ahead and drop that in and save it. And go ahead and save your server. So make sure that everything you have here is saved. There's no white dots by anything. And then we'll go ahead and see if that's working in our browser now. All right. So killing my existing server and going to restart it to capture our latest changes. It's listening. Aha! And I'll zoom out a little bit. Don't need to be zoomed in so much anymore. There we go. Okay, so perfect. Now let's just pause for a second and look at this again. So we're able to send a whole HTML file to the browser, again, in just 4 lines of code. Versus in the when we're working with vanilla Node, like the basic Node file that we worked with last week, how many lines was that, right? How many lines was that? And now in this, we can do the same thing in 4 lines. And it's much easier to tell what's going on. And also, I mean, like this console log isn't even really necessary. It's helpful for us to make sure that, things are running properly. But it's not even really necessary either. So, yeah, very cool how easy this is now to serve up files to the server. Oh, Jason, you didn't watch my VOD from last week? Come on, man. I thought you were on last week. Maybe I just felt your presence. So we have the index.html file saved locally here on our computer, but we're able to send it up to the server to show it on the browser. So Node has access to the files on our computer, as well as it has access to both sides of the house, the server and the files on our machine. That's one of the advantages of Node. Const app express, is this a hack or do we have to run it? No, you don't have to have the variable declared. It just makes it slightly easier. Typing 3 letters instead of, I don't know, 8 in a double parentheses. Recommended way, yeah. There's a lot of things that are recommended, but yeah, like JavaScript is pretty flexible, it seems. Good. Okay. All right. Y'all are clamoring for a break, and I am too. So let's go ahead and take one. We're going to take a break for 5 minutes, and I will see you all back here shortly. Okay. So essentially what we've done is we've kind of retraced our steps from last week, except we're able to do it in a much simpler manner, a much faster manner. We basically condensed everything from last week down into like an hour, just by using Express to make our lives easier. Yeah. So okay, gonna set up the timer here. Oops. Okay. Thank you for the hydrate. I promise I'll do that. And sorry for the white screen. I'm on incognito mode. All right. I'll see you back here shortly. And I'll reset that for you. I'll give you a few extra seconds. All right. There you go. Alrighty, we've got about a minute left, so come on back. Come on back. Sorry, that was my dog jumping up on the couch. And Mavi, I did do that hydrate, believe me. I should not be drinking hot tea in a really hot room. That's just not working. Oh yes, Audrey, there is way more to Node. We're doing the most basic capability. Yeah. Yeah, I could do a dog cam. Yeah. Pet tax. Yeah, I do that. Ooh, sorry. Yikes. I didn't mean to let it go off. I'm sorry. I'll bring that back for y'all. Okay. So, oh, gotta get the webcam back on. All right. And we're back. Cool. All right. So we've got Node working. We're serving up a file and we are able to read that file in the browser. So that's a big part of it, right? I mean, for a lot of stuff, that's going to be really important. For a lot of the things that we're going to be building, we're going to want to have files and we're going to want to serve them up for consumption. So cool. We did that. So I'm going down just a little bit farther in the tutorial. And we're just going to do we're going to read the last little part of this section. And then we're going to install an additional, we're going to install an additional dependency that's going to help us out. So this is how Express handles a GET request. But at this point, you've probably realized that you need to restart your server whenever you make a change to server.js, right? We have to keep doing like a, control C, and then, save it and then node server, whatever. So that's kind of tedious, right? Like how many times have we had to do that? 6 or 7, 10? I don't know. So there's ways that we can streamline that. Let's install. Now I don't know how to pronounce this exactly. Y'all can feel free to have a flame war in the comments. Is it Nodemon or Nodemon? Somebody tell me. So I'm going to call it Nodemon, but feel free to correct me. It's like one of those words you only ever see written, and then you try to say it out loud and sound like a dingus. Oh, that's me. Okay, so we're going to install something additional. Oh, have fun having dinner with your family, Goa. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, piece of food. Okay. Node monitor. That makes sense. Yeah, so it's like node mon. Yeah, all right. I get it. Yeah, is it GIF or GIF? Yeah, absolutely. Hooty dooty, yeah. Dingus is one of my favorite words. It's monitoring your node. Yeah, that makes total sense to me. Okay. So we're going to install something else. Now, in order to do that, we need to type in our terminal, right? But my terminal is currently Occupado hosting a server. So first thing I need to do is kill the existing server instance, right? And I do that with Control C. Okay, now we're able to type again. And what I'm going to type is, again, npm. I'm calling on my package manager saying, hey, npm, do something for me. npm, please install, you don't have to say please, npm install nodemon and save. And we're adding one additional thing to this. We're saying save hyphen dev. Okay, so before we hit enter, let's just read about this. So we use a save dev flag here because we only use nodemon when we're developing stuff. We won't use nodemon on an actual server, which is fair, right? So on an actual server, we're going to want that to be stable, right? So save dev here adds nodemon as a dev dependency in the package.json file. So we'll look at that in just a second. All right. So we're saying save dev, and then we hit enter, and it does some stuff, and it installs some stuff, takes a minute. All right. And then it installs itself. Cool. Okay. You just joined. I just joined. Should I be coding along? Absolutely. Please do. Join us. No demon is more fun to say. True. If you don't say please, it doesn't work. Yeah. Say it in your head. Yeah, global crisis. So that's what we just talked about there. So we're putting it in the dev section of our package.json file. So, all right, so we've installed. Now let's look again at our package.json file and see where that is. So look where I'm clicking. Don't get got. Look where I'm clicking. I'm clicking in package.json, right? And that's where we're going to look for a second. Okay. So now look what we have. We have our dependencies where we put express. And then we have our dev dependencies object where we put our properties. I guess or our nodemon. I guess is that I guess that's a property, isn't it? Yeah. You accidentally installed it without typing the save dev. Yeah, just like Rascal said, just rerun it. Just rerun it with save dev. No harm. It's all good. Okay. And we can in the GitHub here. If you missed it, if you're new, some folks are asking about GitHub. So the GitHub is here. This is the person that wrote the tutorial. This is their code. I would still suggest highly, please code along. Don't just copy paste this. You got to get your fingers on the keyboard, but you can use this if you get stuck and you can't figure your way out of it. Okay, so we can see that we've got our express in our dependencies and nodemon, because we're using it for dev only, in our dev dependencies. Okay, and that's what they show here. They show it listed right here as well. Okay, scrolling down a little bit more. The node demon's going to get you, yeah. Netlandia, I read dash dash save is no longer needed in new versions. Yeah, I wouldn't know. Maybe it's not. That's something you could definitely experiment with. You could come back and do this again and try it without the save and see if it still ends up in your package JSON file. But we're going to follow the tutorial for now, but that's an interesting observation. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about what it's actually saying here. Don't freak out about the numbers or anything like that. Just double check and make sure it's in your package JSON file, and then if it is, you're good to go. Yeah. And this tutorial was written several years ago, so don't fret about the version number either. We're going to have the latest version, whatever it is. The numbers, Mason, what do they mean? Yeah. Lost reference. Very nice. Okay. So nodemon behaves like node. So you can run nodemon server.js and you expect to see the same thing. Unfortunately, this only works if you've installed nodemon globally with the -g flag, and we did not do this. So that's fine. There's other things we can do instead. We have other ways to run nodemon. For example, you can execute nodemon directly from the node modules folder. And they show you a way to execute it directly. Don't worry about that. We're not going to do that. However, we can make things simpler by adding a script key and the package.json file. This lets us run nodemon server.js without all that nonsense at the start. So what are we going to do? We're going to add something to the file that we're in. We're going to add something to package.json. So instead of npm adding it for us, we're going to add something ourselves. So let's look at what they want us to add. They want us to add something under scripts. And it's going to say dev and then nodemon server.js. Okay, well, look up here. There's already a scripts property up here. So we're just going to add to that. We're going to add dev. Oh, and I need a comma after the first one. My bad. Okay, dev colon nodemon server.js. All right. And then we're going to go ahead and save this. And that's updated our package.json file with just a little. So this is going to be like a shortcut. Like, you know how we declare variables to make it faster to access certain things, so we don't have to type out long strings. Then we can just go ahead and now we have a shortcut that's going to help us run nodemon a little bit easier. Ain't that nice of Node already encouraging us to to test our code? Yeah, you can get rid of the test line. It's, not really necessary. You can comment it out or whatever. I'll just comment it out. Well, I guess it's not. It doesn't like that. I left it in, honestly, in my version. It doesn't matter. I left it in my version. We're not going to call it. GMAC? What? Thank you, GMAC. Wow, that's so appreciated. Thank you. That's awesome. But congrats to everybody that just got a sub from GMAC. Be sure to say, if you got a sub, be sure to say thank you. Thank you, GMAC. Okay, so now instead of having to restart our server, to kill and restart our server every single time we make a change, we can now run npm run dev to trigger our server to essentially start listening for changes and restart itself each time. So we'll test that out here in a second. So I've saved this, and now I can do npm in my terminal. I'm down in the terminal now. I can type npm run dev. Aha, something different. Now look what it says. It says nodemon server.js, and that initializes nodemon, and it does some stuff. It's watching a path, blah, blah, blah. And it says starting node server.js. And this looks familiar, right? We've started our server with our endpoint. So server is running just as usual, but now it's running in nodemon. So if we make a change to our server.js file, it'll catch it and restart the server automatically. So let's see how that works. Don't get too dependent on it. Yeah, absolutely. For this, since we're going to be working so iteratively, I think it's helpful. But yeah, I totally agree. Don't get too dependent, otherwise you'll forget to save like I did. Why doesn't the tutorial say that we need a comma after the previous script? Well, I think they got rid of that in theirs. I'll just get rid of it. It's fine. In their script section. Okay, now watch that. Did you see when I saved? I made an update to package.json and I saved. And look at that. It says restarting due to changes. Starting node server.js. It restarted the server for me. I didn't have to do it. Just like that. Whoa, very cool. Okay, so a few folks are getting errors. So let's back up just a tad. Okay, did you install nodemon? First question. Go into your package.json folder and make sure that you see it. Look at package.json, make sure that you see it here under dev dependencies. Okay. And now, under your scripts, make sure that it matches what's written here. Dev nodemon server.js. Okay. And you can get rid of the test line. That's fine. You can just nuke it. Don't make it too hard on yourself. Just get rid of the test line so it looks just like, see what on my screen there? You can get rid of the test line completely if you want. I'll give you a second to take a look at it. Ah, Gavintor, you got it. Punctuation slays you, yeah. CRUD is create, read, update, delete. So we're building an app that can do all of those things. Yeah. Yeah, you can get rid of the test line if you want. It's fine. If that's what's tripping you up, just nuke it. Just make it look exactly like mine here. Okay. Glad you did this because you jumped this section. Yeah, it's important not to skip any parts of this tutorial. They all come back to bite you. Yeah. Okay. And then after you've done that, and don't forget to save it either. Save your package JSON, Control S, save it, right? And then after that, type in your terminal, just type npm run dev. And that'll start your nodemon listening for any changes. And as soon as you make changes to any of your JS files, it will pick them up and toss them over to the server automatically. Sandra, do you have an index.html file? Did you create one? You got to make sure you don't forget to, you actually have to create the file before you try to send it to the server. Yeah. We did that a little earlier. So you got to create the index.html file, and that's in the tutorial as well. So don't, just create your file and then copy the HTML from the tutorial and just drop it in. Don't worry. We already know HTML, the basics of HTML. You don't need to worry about, typing all that out by hand. Just grab that and drop it in. And then once you've done that, it should work. Yeah, we do have index.js. Or sorry, no, index.html. I'm sorry. Oh, I see. You're looking for index.js. Yeah, no, we don't have an index.js. We have a server.js and we have an index.html. Yeah. We're not, so you can see it's looking for server.js. And right now, our file here is, see what it's looking for? Index.html. So make sure that you have that. Yeah. All right. And what nodemon is doing is it's going to restart our server automatically each time we make a change and save it. Okay. So now that we have that, we can start making requests to and from our server essentially, and it'll essentially we're going to figure out how to send requests back and forth. And we're also going to then create a database to store those requests, or to store those objects in the cloud. So that way they're hosted outside of our local environment, which is pretty cool. Yeah. If you're not getting the same, yeah, nodemon and node are two different things. We installed nodemon on top of node. We're installing some dependencies now on top of node. Nodemon is monitoring node. Okay. I'm going to keep going. But if you're struggling, remember you can always check the GitHub if you think you might have a syntax error somewhere or a spelling error or something like that. You can check the GitHub and compare. Okay, so we're going to do a create. So browsers can only perform a create operation if they send a post request to the server. Okay, so if we remember from the very start, post is where you're adding something. You're adding data. You're adding data to an external database or location, right? So the post request can be triggered through JavaScript or through a form element. And some of you may have used form elements before, but maybe not for a while. I know I used form elements way back at the very beginning, just making, like, when we were still doing HTML, CSS stuff. And so in this case, we get to revisit that a little bit, and we can use a form to actually post data, which is pretty cool. And if we look down here at this form, we can see that it's essentially sort of a container for multiple inputs. So y'all are probably familiar with an input box, right? In HTML, we've seen input boxes tons of times. And this form can contain several input boxes. So we can kind of send them all at once, multiple inputs. So that's what we're going to do. So let's figure out how to use a form element to create new entries for this Star Wars quote application. We'll examine how to send requests via JavaScript later. To send a post request through a form, you need to add the form element to your index.html file. You'll need three things on this form element: an action, a method, and name attributes on each of the input boxes in your form. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and head over to our index.html file, which we created earlier. So we're going to HTML land for just a minute here. So click on your index.html. All right. And now below our H1, we're going to add this form element. HTML, so familiar, so cozy. I know. Yeah. So we're going to add our form. All right. And, but we're going to add some additional stuff inside of the tag. So we're going to add an action, which is probably not something we've done before. Action. And we're going to give that a string that says quotes. Again, we got a / here. And we're going to give it a method of post. So we're telling it, hey, this is going to be this is going to be posting something up to the server. When something's entered into this form, it's going to be posting it somewhere else, right? Okay. So that's what I need to. That's what I have in my form container. Now inside of that form, we can add multiple input boxes, which can all be sent at the same time. So in this case, I'm going to have 3 of them. Input. That's weird. It didn't close my input. Oh well. Oh, stop it. Input. And oh, that's right. Input doesn't have a closing tag. Yeah, that's a reminder for me. I haven't used input in a while. Input doesn't have a closing tag, so it's just input. All right. Input, input, input. Okay. We have 2 inputs. My bad. 2 inputs. And inside of those input tags, again, we need to add some additional information. So we're going to say type, which you've probably done before, right? You say type text or number or whatever. In this case, they're both going to be text. They're both going to have a placeholder. That placeholder value is what's in the box before you start typing. So it kind of tells the user what they're supposed to type in there. Placeholder is name, and just the name of it is just name. Name, name. Okay. And I'm going to grab this. Boop. Right, placeholder is going to be quote. And name is going to be quote. And I know I'm missing a closing quote. I got it. There we go. All right. And then the last thing we need inside of our form is a button that the user will click, which will then trigger additional actions. So telling that they're ready to submit this information. So we're going to have a button. And it's going to be a type of submit. And the text on that button is going to say submit. Okay. I'm going to pause there for a second. Post is capitalized because it's an acronym. Well, no, wait, it's not an acronym. Sorry. CRUD is an acronym. Yeah, I'm not sure why. If somebody can post and get our reserved keywords. Ah, thanks, Dervis. Yeah. CRUD is an acronym. Post is not, yeah. Or you could just copy and paste all this. Well, I don't know about you, but I need the practice typing because I haven't done enough HTML lately. Yeah, it's reserved keyword, so we can't use it for other stuff. Exactly. Yeah, it may not necessarily be case sensitive, but there's certain standards that things follow, you know. Okay, so we've got our form. And this method tells browsers what type of request to send. In this case, we use post because we're sending a post request. The action attribute tells the browser where to send the post request. In this case, we're sending it to /quotes. Okay. We can handle this post request with a post method in server.js. The path should be the value that you placed in the action attribute. Okay. So for now, we're done with our HTML. So we've created our form, we've set all the appropriate values and stuff like that. And so we're essentially done with that. So I'm going to save my HTML and I'm going to go back to server.js. Okay, so I'm switching files here. We're going back to server.js. Shisu, I'm so used to using framework helpers for this. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that can, do this for you, but I think it's important to know the nuts and bolts, and then you can add on top of it later. Yeah, it's fair though. Okay, so we've got our app.listen, we've got our app.get, and now we're going to add an app.post. So app.post, and we're going to grab that quotes path, and again, we have our request and response parameters. And inside of this function, just for now, just to make sure it's working, we're going to console log hey, I'm here. You can console log whatever you want. This is just going to tell us that it's working. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Yeah. Crack my neck again. There we go. All right. So let's try this and make sure that it's working. Okay. So what I'm expecting is that when I save this, I should see the usual messages. My server should start up. And then as soon as I navigate to my HTML, my browser window, and I type something in those two boxes and hit submit, I should get a console log. We'll see. Okay, so don't forget, I got to remember to save my server.js. All right. And since I have NodeMon installed, my server restarted automatically, which is nice. Now I'm going to go back to the browser and I'm going to refresh it. And now I have some form values in here. JSON, if it did that, that means that there's an error somewhere, that you have a typo probably, like a misspelling or something. Yeah. All right, so I can type anything I want. Oh, wait, no, hang on. Hello there. Yeah. So this isn't going to do anything yet. We're not writing anything to anywhere, but what I should expect to see is a console log as soon as I hit submit. Oh, hey. Yeah. So my post request is working. It ran. It doesn't have anywhere to write this information yet, but it did run. So that's the first part. Yeah. So yeah, that's a good point, Dervis. If you're able to correct the error and hit save, then your server should restart automatically. General Kenobi, yeah, that's what I was going for. All right, so perfect. So it's working as expected. And yeah, so now we can start hooking things up. Okay, so we saw our message, our custom message in the command line, and we know that Express is handling the form for us right now. The next question is, how do we get the input values with Express? So it's handling the form, but we need to actually be able to grab those values out of the form and then be able to do stuff with them. So um, it says, turns out Express does not handle reading data from the form element on its own. We have to add another package called body parser to gain this functionality. And now I know for a few folks, this was where they, as somebody messaged me on Twitter, this is where they got hung up in the body parser section. So we're going to make sure that we get all the steps of this in the correct order. What do you type in the terminal to see the form? So in order to get your message to show up in the command line to show that your form is working, just put anything in the form and then say submit, and that'll trigger the form that'll trigger your code to run and do a console log. Yeah. Govintar me. Yeah, and if you don't see your form, if you put it in your HTML and you saved and you don't see it anywhere, make sure that you've saved, both your server.js and your index.html, that your server is restarted, and that you also refreshed your browser. Yeah. So that should get you to the point where you're able to submit something in here and then get a console log message showing that your post method is picking that up, picking that button click up. Yeah, the terminal is auto updating. Yep. We're going to have to stop it here in a second because we're going to need to add more stuff in the command line. But yes, in general, it is now auto updating. Yeah, we're going to need to close it so we can do more stuff in the command line. But we'll start it up again in a minute. It's easy to start back up. All right. So the next thing we need to do is we need to install our body parser. And we can do that by, again, telling npm to install something for us. So I'm going to kill this. I'm going to kill this for now. It's going to give us a slightly different message. And it's going to say, hey, do you want to terminate this batch job? And I'm going to just go ahead and say yes. We can restart it again. It's not hard. Yeah, and I could open a new terminal too, but I think that's just going to be confusing for folks. So I'm just stopping it for now. We'll restart it when we're ready. It'll give us practice restarting as well. Okay, so I've terminated this for now. How did I do that? Just the same as I would normally kill a server. How do we normally kill a server? Yeah, Control C as always, right? Mm-hmm. We're gonna, as far as the order, we're gonna clean that up a little bit later. Wherever you put it for now is fine. Yeah, and so this article is 2 years old, so there may be newer things that we can do. We're going to follow this tutorial for now, but you can feel free. This might be a fun thing to come back and update later with more modern methods as well. But do realize that a lot of times in a real dev job, you're going to be looking at legacy code, stuff that's old, and 2 years is not that old, right? Stuff in production can be 10, 15 years old code that you could be looking at, and so it's important to know that these types of things exist and that you can always update them later. Okay, so let's install it. npm install body parser. And again, we're going to save it. And when I save it, again, it's going to put it into the dependencies section inside of our package.json file. So we'll look at that in a second. npm install body parser save. I think I saved that right, or spelled that right. It's installing. Cool, it's installed. Okay. For some reason, the hey, I'm here part is not showing up in the terminal. Did you save your HTML, save your server.js, go to the browser, refresh it, and put something into the form and submit it? Did you do all those things? make sure that you went to the browser, you refreshed it so you saw the form, you could see your input fields in the form, and then make sure that you type something in there and hit submit. That's how you get the message to show up. My computer is fast to install. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I got a new computer. It's pretty fast. I'm pretty happy with it. Yeah. It also hardly has anything on it, so there's not memory taken up by a bunch of junk. I've been saving up for this bad boy for like 2 years now, so I think I can flex a little. When did I get it? A couple weeks ago. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. No, I saved it. It's all my own money. I saved up for it. But yeah, so hopefully everybody's got it installed now. Hopefully it went through. Sorry, I didn't mean to rush you there. All right, so hopefully that's installed. Now we can look at our package JSON file, and we can see that our dependencies have been updated to include body parser along with Express. So now we have we can see the body parser has installed successfully. And so now we can start using it. Cool. All right, so now I'm back in server.js again. Thanks, Arcs. Give us the specs. It's not crazy, but it does have a 3070, so I'm pretty happy about that. 16 gigs of RAM, i5. It's not crazy, but it does the job, and I'm going to upgrade it over time. I just, I didn't want to wait anymore. Okay. Let's making sure I didn't miss any questions. Not crazy. It's 3070. I've just been playing Control so far. That's all. That's all I need. Nobody needs anything else other than Control at full specs. Okay, so we have body parser installed. And so now it tells us a little bit about what body parser is. Body parser is a middleware. So a middleware helps to tidy up the request object before we use it. Express lets us use middleware with the use method. Okay, so now this is where folks got tripped up a little bit. So let's go through and let's make sure we have everything that we need. Okay, so let's make sure that whatever we put in our server.js matches what is here in the tutorial, because I think some folks may have missed a line or two when they're trying to get it lined up. So we have our console log, and really I'm leaving that in there just because it's a good indicator to make sure that everything is running as expected. I like extra console logs when we have them. So we have our const express, and here we have const express, require express. Good, good, good. Now there's something new here. Const body parser, require body parser. So we're saying that we're going to require body parser in this file. So we need to add that. I should have typed it out, but const body parser, require body parser. I think that's where I made that mistake earlier today when I was doing this for the first time. I made the mistake of not including body parser, that variable body parser. So we need that. We need to say we're going to be requiring that module. And then we have, just like before, const app equals express, const app equals express. So that matches. Good. And yet we've installed it, but we got to actually add it to the code, which is what we're doing right now. Yeah. Okay. So we've said we're going to require it. Perfect. That's how we start. And then it says, make sure, now read this carefully, make sure that you place your body parser before your CRUD handlers. Okay. So before our other items, we're going to need to put our app.use body parser. Okay. App.use body parser dot URL encoded and extended oops, extended, colon, true. Okay. And we can see that, they have the get and the post down here. And the listen, I believe, is actually supposed to be at the end. We can move that down later. We'll do some reorganizing later anyway, so let's just leave it as is for now. But yeah, so the app.use has to be before our CRUD handlers, and then all of our other handlers are down below. Okay. Yes, Zuobi, absolutely. Body parser is deprecated. So we're gonna follow the tutorial for now, but yes, absolutely. Once you've got this working, come back later and try taking out body parser and see if it still works. Yeah, and this, like we were saying earlier, this article was written 2 years ago. So we're gonna write it in the older way for now. That's kind of how Leon likes doing things, right? Is we write it in the older way, and then we come back and we use newer methods to make it better. But what's important is that we know about both of them, so that I'm not saying if, I'm saying when you encounter them on the job, you can say, oh yeah, this is deprecated, and you know exactly how to update it. But yeah, great suggestions from folks. And yeah, feel free to come back later and then, make them more modern and slicker. Updating deprecated code is such a pain in the neck. Yeah, it is. Leon's old school, indeed. Yeah. Okay. So the URL encoded method within body parser tells body parser to extract the data from the form and add it to the body property in the request object. Okay. So you should now be able to see values from the form element. So from our HTML element, stuff that gets put in there, you should be able to see those values inside of request.body. Try doing a console log and see what it is. Okay, let's try that. So inside of my app.post, which is the thing that's putting the stuff in that other location. It's going to be feeding stuff up to our database here in a minute. We're making sure it works for now, but we're going to be feeding it to a database here very soon. We can say console log request dot body. That's going to tell us that it successfully snatched everything out of the form and is packaged that up and is going to be sending it outward, onward and upward. Okay, let's try it. Save. Ba-ba-ba. All right, let's see if I made a mistake or not. It's very possible. I screwed up here earlier, so we'll see. All right. So I'm gonna need to restart. I'm gonna need to restart my server because we had to stop it earlier to install body parser, right? So I'm gonna need to restart my server, and in order to do that, I'm just gonna grab what I typed before, which was npm run dev. All right, so npm run dev. My server started again. All my files are saved. So now let's see what we get. I'm going to refresh my browser, and I'm going to go back to localhost 3000 because I want to be able to get my form, right? So pay attention here. Make sure that you're on localhost 3000. Okay. Turtleneck. What game are you playing? This looks sick. Man, we are playing the best game of all, which is making our own stuff. We ain't playing somebody else's game. We're making our own apps. So if you want to learn how to make your own apps, then in the chat type !Leon. You'll get some information about the free courses that we're doing. We're all taking them together. Yeah, !Leon. And we've got a website, we got a Twitch, we got a Discord. Go ahead and sign up. It's 100% free. We're all just learning together, learning how to be full stack developers. Pretty rad. Yeah, Red Punk. Absolutely. Come and join us. All right. So remember to restart the server. We did npm run dev. Server is now listening. I'm going to put something in here. What was the guy who said it's over 9,000? Who's that guy? Who's the guy? Vegeta? Yeah, all right. It's over 9,000. It doesn't matter what we put in here right now. It's not gonna get registered anywhere. All right. Okay, submit. Hey, check it. Look what we got down here. Look at this. I've never watched Dragon Ball Z. I apologize. Check it. Look what we got. We got an object. We got an object. Yes. That was created from our HTML form. And this object is all packaged up real pretty and ready to be sent somewhere else, for example, to a database. It's all nice and packaged, and we can send it somewhere else. Well, it's actually not quite ready yet, but it's in principle it's a nice enclosed object. It's ready to go. Yeah. Yeah, so it's all ready to go. And so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to be able to send it up to a actual database for realsies. Everything is objects. Yes. That's correct, Rascal. Yeah. All right, so we can see that we got what was expected. We got a name and we got our quote. Yeah. All right. So enter our database. That's the next thing we're going to do. So this is a perfect time to take a break. This is a perfect time to take a break. And I'm going to leave my code here up on this left screen. I'm going to only have the timer on the right screen. So anybody that's having issues, take a look at this, see if you're missing anything. If you're not console logging the right thing, make sure that you did change your console log. Make sure you updated your console log to contain rec.body instead of whatever was in there previously. That may be what you missed. Your terminal says undefined. Double check, make sure that you have console log, rec.body, and make sure that your server is running. Break time. Yeah, it is break time. The fact that I've been able to follow along well enough so far feels like a trick. That means I'm doing my job. Yeah. Okay, fixed it. Yay, Mavi. Good job. Okay, well, mess around with it if you want over the break. We'll come back in 5 minutes and we will get an account set up with Mongo. Yes. All right. 5-minute timer. Whoops. Go. All right. I'm going to zoom in on this a little bit. I'm going to reset it for you. Okay. Reset and start. And do please take a break. Use the restroom, get something to drink. And I'll see you back here shortly. Be healthy. You don't need no carpal tunnel, especially now. Okay, come on back, folks. We got about a minute left. We are on the cusp of making something really, really interesting. And like Rascal said, like Derva said, the bigger picture is this. The CRUD functionality is like 90% of what software engineering is. Yeah, to be truly full stack, you need to hook to a database, and that's what we're about to do. Okay, I promised I stopped the timer this time before it beeped in your face. All right, give me 1 second to shut a door, and I'll be right back. All right, folks, thanks for sticking with me. So we've got all the basics. Now, actually, I'm going to turn on a light too. 2 seconds. There we go. That's better. All right. So now we get to the exciting part. Now we're hooking up MongoDB, which is, as we talked about before, MongoDB is a database that is cloud storage for a ton of data. So we're not just console logging stuff anymore. We're actually going to be sending these inputs somewhere else. And that somewhere else that we're going to be sending them is the cloud. That crazy thing that, corporate buzzwords always like to talk about. Cloud storage. That's what we're going to do. Um, so, guys, we aren't even halfway there. Just hang with me. That's why I record VODs. So you can always come back and you can watch this again. Or, if you got to stop now, that's fine. Don't beat yourself up about it. You can always come back as long as you promise that you'll come back and you'll watch the VOD later. That's all I ask. Just try to get this. And we're going to be covering it in class as well. We're just giving you a good starting foundation to be, to have a better foundation when we talk about this in class. Are my VODs also on YouTube? Are they also on Twitch for now? Exclamation point YouTube for my YouTube channel. I'm going to be moving a bunch more stuff to YouTube tomorrow. I'm a little behind. I apologize for that. I'm going to be moving a crap ton of stuff to YouTube tomorrow. So keep an eye out on that and feel free to subscribe. All right. So let's get into Mongo. This is exciting because, like I say, for my day job, I am a SQL developer, which is a kind of database development, but it's a different kind of database than Mongo. Mongo is what's known as a NoSQL type of database. It's a different type of storage. They both do the same thing. SQL and NoSQL databases both store data, but non-relational databases like MongoDB store things in a slightly different way. So this will be fun for me to learn about as well because I'm not familiar with it. So let's go back to the tutorial. All right, MongoDB. So MongoDB is a database. We can store information into this database to remember Yoda's words or whatever we put in our form, that we're going to be able to store this and access it again whenever we want. So we can retrieve this information and display it to people who view our app. Anyone at any time will be able to retrieve this data. So now we're kind of limited by local storage and that kind of thing. But with a database, anybody anywhere can access this information and or add to it. MS SQL is a yes SQL database. Exactly, it is. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to need to install MongoDB via npm. So we're going to do this on our before we go over on the website. We're gonna install this locally here using our npm. So I'm going to go ahead and stop my server. Okay. And I'm going to say npm install. Yep, there we go. Install MongoDB. Save. Okay, install MongoDB. I spelled that right. Good. And now this will allow us to establish a connection with our database in the cloud and start, exchanging information. So save. It's doing some installation. And I'll give you all a second to wait for your installation to complete. Okay. All right, Cabrandy, have a great night. We install the body parser. What that does is it goes into our HTML and it can pull data out of the form. That pulls it out and packages it up in a very nice object that we'll be able to toss over the fence to our database in just a little bit. Yep. Okay. So we've installed MongoDB now. Now we need to add another requirement to our server.js file. Okay. So we're going to say const Mongo client equals require MongoDB, because we just installed it. So now we're going to pass it in. It was funny. My auto mod caught the word feature creep as it was supposed to be like a bad word or something. Well, it is kind of, right? In development terms, feature creep is a bad word. Oh, auto mod, you so silly. Okay, so we're requiring MongoDB .mongo client. Okay, so that's ready for us to use now. And we're going to add a connection. So we're going to be connecting. Y'all keep saying feature creep. AutoMod's going to keep flagging it, and I'm going to have to keep allowing it. Feature creep is your high school nickname. Nice. Okay, so we've required MongoDB.mongo client. All right, and then we're going to actually connect to an external Mongo database. This is where we get powerful. This is where we start getting powerful. We're going to have a connection to an external database. Okay, and we'll come back to this in a minute. We're going to skip this for now, but we'll come back to it very shortly. Okay, now we need to go externally and we need to actually set up our cloud database. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and save this before I forget. Cool, it's saved. Now we're going to go externally and we're going to create an account on MongoDB Atlas. Now, I think I mentioned on Twitter that, I'd already done this, so we were just going to talk about it, but I actually decided later that I'm just going to set up a second account with a different email because I want to walk you guys through this, because the steps in the tutorial are 2 years old and they don't quite line up with they don't quite line up with the way the interface looks now. Okay, so yes, you all have to do this. You all have to create your database because you're going to need it. You're going to be using this. All right, so we're going to go over to the website. You can just click the link in the tutorial, and I'm going to make this full screen so it's easier to see. All right, Beth Berger, have a good dinner. In the tutorial, under the MongoDB section, click on the link for Cloud Atlas. Yeah, Roscoe says, yeah, I realized too late how much the UI changed in 2 years. It changed a lot, yeah. So you can sign up, and you can see it or you can just type the URL here, mongodb.com/try, and I'll put it in the chat as well. There you go. Okay, so you can sign up with Google or you can sign up manually. That is your choice. I will leave that up to you. However you want to sign up is fine. You'll end up at the same place either way. I am going to sign up kind of with like a fakey account. I already made my real account. I'm just going to delete this account later. So I'm just going to I'm going to leave that blank. No company. Work email is going to be an email that I don't really use anymore because it's not super professional, but I bet you could guess what it is. Yeah, I don't use that anymore. I have an actual grown-up email that I use. Or you can use it, I would suggest, creating a real legit account that you'll actually be building databases on. I'm just doing a kind of a burner account because I've already created my real account. So that's the only reason I'm doing it this way. My first name C, last name B, and I'm going to have Google generate a password for me, if it will. Come on, Google. Oh, come on. All right, fine, whatever. I'm just going to create one. Yeah. Don't like that. Okay. Start using your grown-up email when you join 100 devs. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. I use my grown-up email now too. Okay. And then you can agree to the terms of service and go ahead and get started. Ugh, verify my email. Hang on. I'm going to do that in another window because I don't want y'all reading my emails. 2 seconds. I'm sorry. When I signed up with Google, I didn't have to do this. So. I'm sorry, guys. Gotta love old email accounts, right? Okay, come on, baby. Ugh, wrong password. Oh no. Oh man. Okay, I might have to use a different account. Wait, hang on. It's on my phone. No, I can do this. I've got it. I'm not signed in on this computer, but I am signed in on my phone. It's all good. Hey. Verify email, baby. Email verified. All right. Let's see. Okay, I verified. Come on. See if I can sign in this way now. Okay, there we go. I'm signed in. All right, let me get back to it now. Okay, so after you signed in, you should. So after you signed in and verified, if you signed in with Google, your page might look slightly different. If you just created an account like me, you should eventually get to this kind of homepage. Amazindor, no, I don't really do like any like data science stuff or anything like that. I mostly just do just database development work. I'm not really into data science or anything. Okay, let's see where we're at. Did you have to choose a cloud database type? So what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and build a database. Okay, and when we click this, we're going to want to choose a shared database type. Okay, we choose the free one. Free. Choose free. Do not choose anything else. Free. Always free. Okay, great. All right, it's going to give us some options here. Don't freak out. I would just choose the default. It's probably going to choose, whatever's the closest server farm to you. Make sure you're still in that free tier. Free, 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 free. Okay. I'm just going to choose whatever it thinks is best for me because I don't know the difference. So I'm going to choose AWS and North Virginia or North Virginia. I don't know. And the cluster tier should be the MO Sandbox, shared RAM, 512 megabytes storage. That's the free tier. And don't worry about any of this other stuff for now. You can change the cluster name if you really want to. I'm going to leave it as cluster 0 for now. Choose moment. Yeah, whatever. You're going to be in a different part of the world than I am. So I would just go with whatever it chooses by default. Whatever it tells you by default that's closest to your region, wherever that may be. Selected Azure. Yeah, if y'all have server knowledge, then absolutely. But I don't, so I'm just like, all right, fine. Amazon, Virginia, cluster F. Nice. All right, we're gonna create the cluster. Make sure that it says free down here. Cool. Create cluster. Okay. Now, look down here in the left corner, MO cluster provisioning. This process will take 3 to 5 minutes. It's going to work in the background to build your database for you. So that'll just tick along. Don't worry. But we have a couple more things to do before we get started. So you're going to create a database user using a username and password. So you have your account for the whole of Mongo. And then this individual database is going to have username and password access as well. And that's common. Even in SQL databases, each individual database has a password protected login. It just helps keep the data secure and it helps you control who has access to what data. So you're going to see this a lot in production environments, whether you're using a SQL database or an object-oriented database like this, you're going to have individual username and password protections. I think in my work, I have like 10 or 15 different databases that I can be switching between at any point. And they all have separate passwords. So we actually have to use a separate password manager for all of those database passwords. It's wild. Anyway, we can enter our username, Mayanwolf. Cool. And my password, I'm just going to make it the same as my password for, actually, no, I'm just going to auto-generate a password because I'm going to change it anyway. So, all right. Auto-generate secure password. It's filled in. And I'm going to also go ahead and copy this. And I'm just going to drop it into a notepad, I think. I don't care if you see it. Like I say, I'm going to change it anyway. So I'm just going to hang on to that password for a minute. And we're going to create the user. Cool. All right. And where would you like to connect from? Enable access from any networks that need to read and write data to the cluster. Let's see. I'm trying to remember if we actually have to do this part. Hang on. Let me look at this. I'm going to go back to the tutorial real quick. Where did it go? Did I close it? Hang on. I'm just scrolling back down to the MongoDB section because I don't remember what we have to do here. Chose the free tier. We created our cluster. We got our free. Clusters being provisioned. Oh, okay. So we can just say add my current IP address. Okay. So say add my current IP address. Boop, boop. There's my IP address. And we can finish and close. And we'll get the connection string in a minute. Yeah. All right. Hooray. Congratulations on setting access rules. Good for us. All right. Make sure that you save that password. Whatever password you put in, make sure you save it because you're going to need it in a minute. So put it in a notepad or whatever. Just keep it somewhere, sticky note. I don't care. Put it somewhere you can find it again. All right. I'm going to hide the quick start. Yeah. Go to databases. Okay. So now we can see our cluster and it's still being provisioned. It's still spooling up or whatever. We can see it's kind of flickering and stuff like that. Wait, I think it may have just finished. Okay, good deal. So our cluster has finished spooling up. And so now we can go ahead and connect to it. So yours may not be done yet, but it should there's like a dotted line or something around it that kind of goes away once it's done. So you should. How many of y'all are at this screen? Anybody else here yet? Yeah, it seems complicated, but this is the kind of stuff you're going to have to do. Yay! Here. Okay, awesome. Hey, welcome, DJ. Thanks for following along. Awesome. Okay, that's all right. Quantum, welcome. I'm gonna work at McDonald's. Your cluster's still being generated? That's fine. Yeah, it said it could take 3 to 5 minutes, and that's why I wanted to check in with you all to see who was done and who was still getting theirs spooled up. CRUD, will my VPN mess this up? Yeah, I don't know with the IP address thing. I'm not sure. You can give it a try and see. MongoDB sees a slight spike in generated clusters. I wonder what that is. Yeah. Bink. I imagine that this is just a drop in the bucket of the type of volume that Mongo sees every single day. All right. We've got a few more folks coming in. Good. Okay. So once we're here, we're going to want to go ahead and connect to this. So I'm sorry, I'm just going to open up the tutorial here again and make sure I'm not missing anything. I don't think I am. So we did our IP address. See that if you're following the tutorial, the steps are in a slightly different order, which makes it really confusing. Mongo changed their connection process around, so that's why I'm showing this to you guys, because the tutorial is all out of order on this part. So we're going to go ahead and connect to this. We're going to connect to our cluster. Okay. All right. Now this does look familiar to the tutorial. Okay. So we're going to connect our application. Now, why are we doing that? Because we have an application that we're building, right? Our Star Wars application that we're building that we want to hook directly to this database. And so we're about to do that. All right. At least there's only 200 of us. If Leon had us do this, there would be 3,000 at once. Yeah. I think that's why he's not doing this specific exercise in class, because he wants us all to do it separately at different times so we don't all hug it to death. Yeah. Okay. We're going to connect our application. Oh, sorry. What did we click there? Sure. All right. Once your thingy is done, once your cluster is done creating, click connect. Okay. And if it's done creating, you should have the connect button available. Hey, bye, Commander Cool. Yeah, be sure to catch the VOD. Oh, posture check. Yeah, I'm hunching over again. All right. Connect your application. Okay. How late do you think the stream will go for? It's 9 o'clock. I would say at least another hour, if not 2. I'm thinking maybe more like 2 hours. We're in it for the long haul on this one, folks. So don't feel bad if you got to catch the VOD at any point. All right. Connect your application. Okay. And good thing I'm off tomorrow. Yeah, me too. I'm in it for the long run. we're taking our time. It's not that there's a ton to do. It's just that we're pacing ourselves so we don't leave folks behind. All right. So select your driver and version. We're using Node, and we are in the most recent version of Node. So I think I don't think we have to touch these at all. Okay. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Indeed. Yes. I want to go far with y'all. Okay. And what did it give us here? It gave us a connection string. Interesting. Okay. So it gave us this big long string, but it doesn't really tell us, what to do with it, right? It doesn't really tell us what to do with it. Yeah, we selected connect your application, right, Zena? Yep. And it's giving us this connection string. Now, we're gonna need to copy and paste this, and we can see that it's pre-populated my username, Mindwolf, but we're going to have to change this password to the actual password, which is why I had you all save that. We're going to need to add that password into the connection string so that our application is able to connect and manipulate the database. It's going to act sort of on behalf of us. The application is going to be able to make changes on our behalf to the database. Okay. So now what do we do with this string? Well, we're going to need to grab it, obviously. We're going to need to copy it, and we're going to need to put it somewhere. So let's grab it, okay? And once y'all have that, we're going to go on back to the tutorial. It didn't populate your username, so it's not here after the double slashes. You can always put it in manually. Yeah, I mean, if it just said like, if it just says like caret username caret, like kind of like it is for the password. If it just says like that for username, you can just fill in the username manually as well. That's interesting, Rascal. Yeah. I mean, because if you look at the tutorial, that's how it shows in the tutorial, where neither username nor password are populated. So I have no idea why. Who knows? Your cluster is still provisioning. Oh man, I don't want to get too far ahead. Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe they're doing an A/B test or something on their site. Maybe we're overpopulated. Yeah. But okay, so when folks are population control, when after your clusters are done, remember, just click connect my application, and when you get to this screen, just copy the connection string. Okay. So now we're going to go ahead and go back to the tutorial. Oh yeah, and make sure too that on that page where where you set up your username and password, you also have to add your IP address as well before you can click finish and then get to the page that's in the background here. Yeah, you have to do the populate IP address thing. All right. No, we're not actually connecting here. We're going to do the connection in our code. We're just copying this string for now. And we're going to put it into our code. Yeah. Tutorial suggests populating both the username. Yeah, it's an old tutorial, so this is just slightly newer. That's why I did this part with y'all, because it's very different from the tutorial. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to minimize this. I already grabbed this string, and I've got my password there saved. We'll have that in just a minute. So now I'm back in the tutorial, and you can see, same here, gives you the connection string. And we need to replace the username with our database username, which for some folks that already did, and replace password with the database user's password. Now, there's a couple different ways that you can do this. The way I did it was I created a new variable called const connection string. And I just put the string in quotes like that. Okay. And I took the password and I replaced the word password with the password. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, we're doing that. We're doing the connection in server.js. Yep. Yeah. And we're creating this variable to put it into our Mongo client.connect. Okay. So what we're going to do is then we can create a new function. Let's see. I'm trying to remember what order I did this in. Give me 1 second. Look here. Yeah, okay. So for now, we're just going to go ahead and put it right after our connection string variable. Just put it up here for now. We're going to change things around here in a minute, but just put it up here and say Mongo client, client dot connect. And then since we already have a connection string variable, we can just drop it right in. That's going to pass in that whole string. And we can say air client. And then inside of our function, we're going to have a couple things. We're just going to say, hey, if there's an error, if it's unable to connect, then console log an error. So we know it wasn't able to connect. So if error, return console dot error. Oops, error. Okay. And else. So if it did work, then just say console log connected to database. All right. So that's going to test whether or not we're actually able to connect now to that external database that we just built in the cloud. Yeah, Michael, I think for real life stuff, we are gonna be putting them in in .env file. We actually haven't learned that yet. So for now, like for just this little personal database, we're gonna kind of leave things exposed. But yes, I think that is best practice to hide those types of things out of sight, and then access them elsewhere. Yeah. All right. See you, Silent. No, don't keep the carrots. Get rid of the carrots. Yeah, just like this. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's the standard way to do that. Yeah, the tutorial doesn't cover it though, so we're gonna skip it for now. We are gonna cover it in class later though. Yep. Okay, so now we can save this. All right, and we're gonna relaunch our NodeMon, right? So I'm spacing on the command, but I can just say npm run dev. Okay, npm run dev. Now let's see if we're able to connect. It takes a minute, so be patient. Yeah, look at that. You see now, rather than just listening on 3000, we're now also connected to a database. Then we're connected to the cloud, baby. We're connected to the cloud. Nice. Yeah, and I think this const connection string isn't actually in the tutorial. I'm not entirely sure how they did it, but I just did it like this because it seemed the easiest. And he didn't specify. So that's how I did it. Yeah, JSON, that means you got an error somewhere, like a syntax error or spelling error. Yeah, and that's a good point, Real Zillion. We did talk about that. So we just talked about that a little bit ago. That is best practice. We're not going to do it today in this tutorial, but we are going to be doing that in the very near future. Yes, we are going to be moving things to env files. Yeah. Connection string. Did you declare your connection string variable? If connection string is not defined, you got to define it. You put your password in wrong. Yeah. That's why I just paste it in a notepad so you can just copy paste it. It's working. It's alive. Nice. Yeah, make sure you in your string, make sure you remove the carrots, the crocodile mouths. Yeah, this is a tutorial, Rosalind. Yeah, we're just learning how to use Express and a few other, uh, bits and bobs to connect to a MongoDB, to a cloud database, and just build a real simple app. It's just a nice little full stack exercise. Yeah. Had that too. Your password was wrong. Yeah. Make sure that you're using the same password as when you set up your database username. So not that may be different from your global password to just log into MongoDB, but for that specific database, you had to set up a username and password there. That's why I told you to, copy and put it in a notepad somewhere so you didn't lose track of it. You didn't remove the crocodile mouths, yeah. Ah, you got it, Ashax. Good job. Yeah, we're just connecting to the database. And once we've determined that we can do that, then we're going to actually start passing stuff and storing stuff in our database. Authentication failed. Oh no. Yeah, if you're not getting the password right, you might need to first just check and make sure that your username and password are correct in the string. And you need to make sure that you got a colon in between your username and password, that you didn't accidentally delete that. So username, colon, password, right? Yeah, Garland. Storing a password in plain text is not good practice. Totally agree. Um, we're just doing this for tutorial purposes, and it should not be done in real life. Yeah. So take a close look at this string here. Notice that there are no crocodile mouths, no carrots, right? Get rid of those, but keep the colon in between your username and password. Okay. I typed to connect back to the database. I wanted to run nodemon, so I typed npm run dev. Okay. Okay. So we should see something like now in the tutorial. Again, here's one of those differences, right? This is an older tutorial. In the tutorial, it says something about like deprecated something or other, blah blah blah. I didn't get that. Oh, good, Tara. Yay, Mavi. Yeah, I didn't get the deprecation warning either. Don't freak out about that. I think that's just one of those things. It's been deprecated. It doesn't show up anymore. All right. Um, so don't you can skip this step about the unified topology thing and all that if you are not getting that deprecation warning that they talk about here. Okay. So I'm going to skip that because I didn't get this information. So I'm going to skip this step right here because mine looks just like this step right here. So I don't need this step above. Okay. Bathroom break. We got about 15 minutes. Okay. Can you hang on for 15 minutes and we'll take another break? Hey, MHM, welcome. But hey, if you gotta go, you gotta go, and that's totally fine. You won't miss too much in 5 minutes or so. Um, Connected took a long time. Yeah, depending on your internet speed, it may take a long time. So don't give up too quickly. If you got slow internet, it may take a long time to connect. Hey, slow internet gang. Yeah, I'm lucky enough to live right next to a college campus, so we got good internet. All right. If we want to, we can rewrite our Mongo client.connect to be a little bit more modern, JavaScript friendly. All right, Govintor, thanks for stopping in. So if we want to, we could rewrite this statement to be a little bit more modern JavaScript friendly. So instead of using a callback, we could use a promise. which we just kind of learned about last week, right? We just learned about promises. So we can rewrite this if we would like to. So in this case, what it's going to do is it's going to connect, pass in the connection string. We don't have to worry about that, like use unified topology thing. It won't matter if we keep it in. And then, so it's going to have a promise, right? It's going to connect. And then after that connection is complete, then it's going to console log connected to database. And if there's an error, it's going to catch that error. So if we want, we can change it, or you can leave it as is. It's up to you. Okay. The year's 2022, bring on the promises. Yeah, all right. We'll go ahead and replace it. And, even though you didn't get that deprecation thing, putting unified topology in there isn't going to hurt anything. So we can just replace our connection statement or not, up to you, with this more modern syntax of the promise with a then and a catch. You just commented out the other code? Yeah, sure. It's fine. Okay. So I'm going to save it, and it shouldn't change anything at all. All right. And it's, we can see here, I saved it, and we should see here in just a minute, we should see a reconnection to the database, assuming everything looks right. Yay, connected to database. Perfect. Okay. Would making it prettier make things run faster on the user end? It depends on what you're doing. Sometimes, making it prettier can just be to help you, to help you read it easier, to help others read it easier. Sometimes modern, I don't know too much about the time it takes for things to run or anything like that. But sometimes, using newer syntax can be faster if it streamlines the code. I think it just depends. I think we're going to learn more about that later on, about efficiency. We haven't really touched on that too much in class. You're hearing fireworks. It's silent on my end. Okay. So now we have our basic connection, right? So now we can start passing data to and from our database. Yeah, it's Memorial Day weekend here in the US. There's no fireworks on my end, but you may be hearing them outside. Okay. So again, so the first thing it says changing the database. We need to change the database from test to something else. This is another thing. This is another step in the tutorial that doesn't really apply. So if you look at your connection string, you won't see anything in there about test. In their example, there's the word test, like about, I don't know if you can see my mouse, but like about here in the connection string, there's the word test. But in my string, there is no word test. So I don't know if any of you guys have the word test in your string, but I think that's another one of those things that has been changed since this tutorial was written. So, however, we can still go ahead and name our database something if it will help us identify it. Yeah, yours doesn't have test. Yeah, that's fine. And I think we'll go ahead and do that. Dang, this tutorial's out of date. Yeah, well, that just kind of goes to show you how quickly these things can change, right? This tutorial is only a couple of years old, but that's how fast that technology iterates nowadays. And so, it's important to kind of know stuff that's even slightly out of date, just because production environments change even slower. 2 years on the internet is like 30 years. Absolutely. Yeah. So what we're going to do here is just inside of our connecting statement, our Mongo client.connect, we're going to go ahead and add a new variable, constdb. Constdb equals client.db. And we can just call it Star Wars quotes. Star Wars quotes. Yeah. All right. Perfect. Now we need the DB variable from the connection, the one that we just created, this variable right here. We need the DB variable from the connection to access MongoDB. This means we need to put our express request handlers into the Mongo client's then call. Okay, what does that even mean? What is that even saying? Well, what it's saying is that we need to move our existing use, get, post, and listen requests inside of our Mongo client connection. Because essentially what we're going to do here is we're moving out of the local space and into the cloud space. Okay. We're moving out of the local space where we've been doing everything locally so far. Now we're moving to the full stack. We want to be sending and getting and reading and updating and deleting into our cloud solution. So we just need to rearrange things slightly in order to do that. Okay. So we're not rewriting everything. We're rearranging things. That's what I want to be very clear about. Is that we're not duplicating all these things and putting them in here and leaving them down here. We're going to be moving them physically into our Mongo client connection. Okay. All right. So what are we going to do here? So let's look at how they wrote it here to tell us what to do. And the way these things are written can be kind of confusing sometimes. So okay, what do we have here? We have Mongo client.connect and then a bunch of, comment fields in here. Okay, what that's referring to is this whole Mongo client connect statement here. They just don't want to write everything out, so they put the little comment symbols in there. That's not saying that you're supposed to do that. That's just saying that, hey, we're referencing this, these specific lines, and there's some other stuff in here that we just don't want to write out. So that's why it's confusing. Okay. So then client and some other stuff, and then our const DB. So we're right here, we're on line 3. So it's good to kind of just match across and make sure that you're on the same line as them. Okay, we're on the const DB line, const DB. All right, what do they want us to do next? We need to create a new line, and we're going to put our app.use. So I'm going to copy it, delete it from out here, and drop it in here. Okay, app.use. And then next, they want us to paste in our app.get. Okay, so I'm going to grab that, boop, and boop. Cool. All right, and it's not saying to delete everything in app.get. It's just saying grab everything in app.get, including the contents, regardless of what those are, grab them and paste them inside of our Mongo client. Okay. So I just did app.get, so I'm going to delete it from down here. Okay, and then next is app.post. I'm going to grab that and put it up here. Okay. Delete it from down there. And then very last is app.listen. Cool. And paste. Okay. Where am I reading this? Right here, Born. MongoDB and server, this selection right here, just above the CRUD section, the create section, right here. What that's telling us, and that's why I wanted to slow down and talk about this, because if you're not familiar with the way this is written, it can be very confusing as to what the flip am I even looking at, right? So in this case, they're using a kind of shorthand to tell us what they want us to do. We need to put our express request handlers, which is these app.use, app.get, app.post, app.listen. Oh, thank you, Anonymous. We need to grab all of these and put them inside of our Mongo client.connect statement. Okay? Yeah, that's the thing. It's easy to think, if you're not familiar with reading these types of things, it's easy to think, yeah, I can just copy paste this whole thing and drop it into my code. And then it doesn't work. And you're like, what the heck? Well, that's because they're expecting you to rearrange what you've already written. And they're just shorthanding the contents. They're just shorthanding the contents because they can. Yeah. Yeah, and you can use keyboard shortcuts to grab these and paste them. I just did it manually because I think it's easier to see. I want to go slow enough that folks can follow, but yeah, you can. There's keyboard shortcuts. You can just grab all these and drop them. Yes, I've seen this kind of shorthand quite a bit, actually. It may not always look like this, but if you see something like that follows the structure of something you've already written, and like the interior is commented out, I see this quite a bit, like where they have the slash slash dot dot dot. It just indicates, hey, there's stuff here. There's stuff here, but I don't want to write all this out. Just know that there's stuff here. Yeah, you'll see this syntax a lot on Stack Overflow and in places where they're trying to be brief, in describing complex code. Yeah, and I think we've seen this in some of the readings. So that's why I wanted to pause on it, because it can be a little infuriating sometimes when you're like, wait, you've shorthanded too much and don't know exactly which section of the code you're looking at, right? But at least it's important to know what it's trying to say. Yeah. Okay. So we've done this. So now all of our app requests are inside of our connection. So now we can actually start writing and reading to our cloud database. So now we're going to start doing the real deal. We're going to start adding stuff to that MongoDB that we created. Let's see, we got 4 minutes. Okay, well, let's just go over like what it's going to do first. Yeah, you should have an index.html and a server.js file. Yeah. Yeah, Freightish, if it's not able to restart, then that means you have an error somewhere. One of your files has a syntax error somewhere. So it can't restart the server because there's an error that's blocking it. Yeah, you shouldn't have to rename you shouldn't have an index.js. You should have an index.html and a server.js. Yeah. No, you can leave your server running for now. We're going to be adding some more to the server file, but if you have nodemon running, your server will refresh automatically. There's no harm in leaving it running. You can leave the console, leave the catch as is. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do, probably after break, I think, is we're going to create a collection inside of our database. So we need to create a collection before we can store items into a database. Here's a simple analogy to help you clear up the terms in MongoDB. Imagine a database is a room, okay? I like to think of it as like one of those, you store it, like those storage lockers that, people put their extra stuff in. So it's like a database is like that storage locker, and then a room. So the storage locker contains a bunch of boxes, and each of those boxes can have a bunch of different stuff in them, right? But the boxes kind of determine, help separate the items into logical collections, I guess. Yeah. So it's like, so the database is the storage locker, and the boxes are the collections. So we'll see what those look like here in just a minute. Oh, LJ Tech, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Hello. Welcome. We are having fun building a full stack app that will help us submit and store and deliver and update and delete Star Wars quotes within a MongoDB backend. So we are learning how to build a full stack web app with a MongoDB backend using Node and Express and various other bits and bobs. Welcome. What were you all working on? LG Tech, what were you doing today? What were you doing today? I hope you had a good stream. Yeah, so we're kind of deep into this, but if you want to follow along, I'll share the link to the tutorial that we're following and a link to the GitHub where the completed code resides, so you can catch up if you would like. Oh, you were doing some React. That's awesome. Nice. Oops, hang on. Go back to the tutorial. There we go. Scrolling up to the top, sure. Yeah. Here, let me move my terminal down a little bit. And we're just about to take a break as well. Actually, we do breaks, once an hour. So if you want to catch up, you'll have 5 minutes. If you want to catch up kind of to where we are, you're welcome to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to save my code as is. You can see that since I have NodeMon installed, my server has restarted and it's reconnecting now. And since we moved our Express requests into our Mongo client, you'll see that it is connecting to the database first and then listening on the port 3000 because we moved our we moved our Express request inside of our connection statement. So it's going to connect first, it's going to have that promise, and then once that promise is complete, then it's going to go to the then statement. Got to walk your dog around the neighborhood. Oh, you love what I'm doing? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What kind of coding challenges do you do, LG Tech? Do you do like Code Wars, Leak Code? What do you do? Yeah, we don't have Watch 9 Learn. We don't have a connection string file. So all my files you can see are over here on the left. Okay. There's a bunch of stuff in the Node modules, but don't worry about that. That's just Node. But yeah, all my files that I've created are over here on the left. You can see every single one of them. So you may be lost here on, we declared a connection string variable with our connection to our Mongo database. So that may be what you're missing. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We're going to take 5 minutes, okay? And we're going to go get a drink, do what you got to do, catch up if you would like to follow along. You're welcome. And then we'll come back and we're going to actually start reading and writing things to our database, and you're going to be able to see them. So you're going to, this is so cool. You're going to have a form, on a web app, like we've done so many times before. You're going to be able to type something into that form. You're going to hit submit, and it's going to show up in the cloud, which is pretty flippin' wild, right? So it's going to show up in that cloud database immediately. So that's what we're going to do when we get back. I will see y'all back here shortly. I'm going to set the timer for 5 minutes, and I will see you back here shortly. All right, I'm going to leave the code up here on the left if y'all want to take a look. If you're having trouble, just make sure that you have every single one of these lines and that they all match what I have here. All right, starting the timer. I'll see you back shortly. Oh, and welcome, Liquidor, by the way. Oakley dokley, folks. We got about a minute left. Come on back. Hey, Sky Lily. I love our big 100 devs crew, but honestly, these small streams help because there's not a billion things going on. Yeah, and that's what I think is valuable is that in these smaller streams, the chat doesn't have to be on slow mode, but we can still follow along, and folks get the chance to ask questions, and I can stop and not feel like I'm holding up a couple thousand people. We can talk about something else if we need to. Yeah, we can just kind of go where it takes us, right? Okay, I'm going to stop before it beeps at you. You catch the VOD tomorrow? Yeah, no problem, Zena. I know we've been going for a while, haven't we? Y'all are hanging on really good, but don't feel bad if you got to jump off and catch the VOD later. That's why I record them. Get dizzy trying to read the chat and Leon's stream. Yeah. Oh, I do too. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, Garland, I'm glad things are clicking to you. Yeah. Well, I enjoy doing these streams. I stream every Sunday and Wednesday. I missed this past Wednesday because I had a training at work. But my normal schedule is Wednesday and Sunday. You can follow me on Twitter, !Twitter, for updates if I have any schedule changes, or I also announce what I'm going to be streaming about prior to each stream on Twitter. So if you want to decide whether or not to tune in live, you can always, just follow my Twitter for that. Moonpix, no, we haven't deleted any we haven't deleted anything deprecated. We're still just following the tutorial as is for now. Oh, JSON, yeah. I don't want to lose that. Can you send that to me on Discord? Just shoot that to me on Discord and I'll take a look at it. Hey, Kismet. Nice. Thanks for sticking around. Yes, body parser is deprecated indeed. And that's we kind of talked about that earlier. This tutorial is only 2 years old, and so many things have changed since then. But in your real job, and when you get a real job in tech, probably one of the first things you're going to be asked to do is look at deprecated code and make modifications to it. And so I think what we're going to do here is we're going to code it as is for now, but then you can come back and try to replace those deprecated things and make sure everything is still working. That's the challenge, is to make sure you don't break anything when you're trying to update things. So we're going to code it as is, but then the challenge is to come back later and make it up to date. Yeah. Do you have a space in your Twisted? Do you have a space in your database name? Just replace it with a hyphen. That should fix it. Okay. All right. So now let's actually write something to our database. Okay. Let's do it. So we talked about before the break, we talked about how a database is a room or a storage locker, and the collections inside of that are like the boxes full of stuff. And we can name collections anything that we want, anything that's descriptive. So in this case, we're going to store our quotes inside of our database in a quotes collection. And this collection is going to be just a whole bunch of similar objects. In this case, they're all going to be quotes. So we're going to name our collection quotes. All right. So let's pay attention to Twisted. Go back and make sure that you don't maybe have a space after your database name, or make sure that you have it in a string. Maybe you only have the opening quote mark and not the closing quote. Double check that too. Make sure it's actually a string and closed in quotes. Okay, so where do we put information about our collection? Well, it's telling us that they want us to put it inside of our Mongo client.connect statement, which makes sense, right? So then client. Now here again, we have the // right? So that's telling us to kind of just skip what's there, go down past constdb, and then right after constdb, they want us to declare a new variable here that is const quotes collection equals db dot collection quotes. Okay, so this is just declaring a variable that's going to reference a specific collection inside of our database. So instead of our storage locker, we're going to have a box, and it's going to be named quotes, and we're going to put quotes into the box, and we'll see what that looks like here in a minute. Yeah, and Dervis, if you're familiar, with standard databases, that would be like same as a database with separate tables, and then you're adding rows to the table. If you're familiar with relational databases, yeah, it's similar. It's obviously it's not comparable, but it's the concept is similar. Yeah. Okay. So we've done that, and we're going to use the insert one method to add items into a collection. Okay, now let's pay, again, we got to pay attention to where we're putting this stuff. So app.post. All right, so let's go to our app.post, and we're going to be adding some things to this. So I'm going to get rid of this console log. I'm deleting the console log because we're going to have new content now. Now we're actually writing things to our database rather than just writing to the console. So we're writing to the database instead of the console now. We're in the big time now. All right, so we're going to say quotes collection dot insert one. Okay, and request and body. Now the body, remember, we saw the body of our content earlier when we did the console log. The body was that object that had the name of the person and the actual quote. So that's what we're going to be passing in to our database. Okay, so this is a promise. So we're going to say then, and we'll do this for now. Then results. And we're going to console log the result for now. Oh, thank you. Comma instead of, that would have given me an error. Thank you. You all caught it. That's why I keep you around. Console log results. So this will also still console log the result, but it should also insert it into our quotes. All right, so, and we're going to catch. Just have a catch statement here since it is a promise. Console error. All right. Okay, so this should console log the result as well as logging it to our database. So we can try that. All right, now what do I need to do? I need to save. All right, and it's restarted my server and it's still connecting to the database, so I need to give it a minute. Yeah, twisted text. Those are backticks, not single quotes. I don't know if that matters, but that's a good catch, Cavi. All right, so we can see it's connected and it's listening, so it's ready to go. Now we can test and do a form submission, okay? So it says, try submitting the form from the browser. You should see a big, scary looking result in the terminal. Let's try it. And then we're going to look at our database and we're going to see what we have. Okay. I'm going to refresh. Oops, hang on. I'm going to go back to localhost 3000. Okay. Localhost 3000. And I'm going to put the name. I'm just going to say my favorite quote. Do or do not. There is no try. Love it. All right. Let's submit it. And we should see something log to the console. Oh, hello. Look at that. It says acknowledge true and inserted a new object. Interesting. What is this? So what this means, what this is telling us is that it connected to the database. It was already connected to the database, and it has inserted something into our cloud database, and that is the object ID. We don't need to worry about what that is. We just need to know that this means that the insert was successful. Ain't that a nice, polite object? Yeah. Yeah, you didn't get all the stuff they had in the tutorial. Again, that's another one of those differences. This is a lot cleaner, but it did still work. And we're going to prove that, okay? We're going to go back to our database. So if you have your database window still up somewhere, you can pull it back up. All right. Oops, sorry. This is my other database. This is my finished one. Hang on. There it is. All right. So I'm going to go, let's see, I gotta remember how to get there. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. So if you're on the homepage here, you can go to Browse Connections, and we're gonna look and see what's in there. Okay. So go to, make sure you're in your database, go to Browse Collections. You should be on cluster 0, Browse Collections. Give it a minute. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Look at that. Our thing that we just inserted, our thing that we put into a browser form is in the database now. What? It's all there. Yeah. Yeah, it's in the database. It's in the cloud. And all we did was fill in a browser form. So think about this. Think about how you can apply this now. Think about the the possibilities that have been opened up for you now. Now you can build apps where users give you data, where users submit things like for example, a logistics app or a restaurant app where users submit things and you're logging them into a database that you can retrieve later at any time from anywhere. This is what you're going to use. Yeah, you're going to be using this for your 100 hours to build a truly full stack app. I'm thinking like for example, for my project, I'm building an app that tracks foster kittens and their health. So users will be submitting information about their kittens, and then the foster coordinator can retrieve them at any time from any place. And the information can be submitted from anywhere. It's going to be aggregated in a database like this, and it can be retrieved in any form that we want and aggregated in any way that we want back in the app. Yeah. So we're building our own data sources that we can use however we want. Does this blog cover SQL injection and how to avoid it? Not this particular tutorial, no. If you're concerned about that, I'm sure there's a bunch of resources that you could find. And we may touch on that later in class. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, we're not doing SQL. We're doing Mongo. But yeah, I mean, if SQL injection is something you're concerned about, then yeah, you can absolutely research that. But yeah, we're doing no SQL databases today. We're doing MongoDB. Yep. So this is the start of something really cool for you guys, and for me too. I'm excited about this. All right, so we know how to write from a database now. So let's look at what else we can do. Yeah, and this is true. We're writing whatever the client gives us, right? These are just open forms on a web app. The client could put in anything that they want. It doesn't matter. We have no protections on this right now. So this is vulnerable to injection, not necessarily SQL injection, but bad data being passed through or harmful data maybe. I think Leon may be touching on SQL later, and I do kind of agree. I mean, neither solution is necessarily the best solution for all worlds, right? That's why they both still exist. That's why SQL and NoSQL both still exist, because they both have their own use cases. Yeah, some things are better than others for certain things. That's why Microsoft and Oracle still are huge backers of SQL. That's why SQL Server exists, right? Because the world still runs on SQL for the most part. But MongoDB is very good for web apps. Yeah. Not that I'm biased or anything. All right. So we've already done this part where we clicked in our collection and we saw what's in the collection. We saw our quote is in the collection, right? Yeah, Sullivan, no worries. 3 a.m. Wow, thanks for sticking it out. But yeah, I know for a lot of folks in other time zones, it's very late. So I totally understand if you need to, jump off for now. We've been going for a long time. So keep your own health in mind. Um, okay, so you should see a document in your database. Each database entry is called a document. All right, so let's back up a little bit, right? So we have our database, which is our room, which is our storage locker. We have our collection, which is our boxes inside of the room, inside of the locker. And we have our documents, which are the individual entries inside of our collection. Okay. I like to think of, somebody who, just saves all sorts of legal papers and everything in those bank boxes and puts them in a storage locker somewhere. That's kind of what we're doing, except in digital form. Okay. They say if you go back to the browser, you'll see that it's still trying to load something. And that's true in my case. See that little spinny thing there? I don't know how well you can see that, but the little icon, the little favicon is still spinning. This happens because the browser expects something back from the server. Yeah, so right now we're just doing a post. We're not getting anything back. We're just sending something out there with no confirmation that that things worked properly, or that something was written properly. So we need to be nice. We need to be kind. Rewind and and give it something else to do. Okay. Well, this hit me. This just has potential. Create a form. People plug in stuff. I collect the info. Yeah. Yep. That's the majority of every website ever. Indeed. Yep. You collect stuff via a form and you store it somewhere. Absolutely. Yeah, this is the meat right here. This is the meat and potatoes of web dev. Yeah. Except not in an evil way. Yeah, didn't know Mongo is NoSQL. What's the difference between SQL and NoSQL? Yeah, so if you notice, the type of entries that we're making to this Mongo database, they're objects, right? They're objects and they're wrapped in the brackets, and they're kind of separate entities from each other. You can put them in the same collection, but the objects themselves are kind of they're kind of independent from each other. They're just listed as we add more. You'll see they're just kind of independent entries, each one. The entries inside of a relational database is like a SQL database. They tend to be more in like table format. So you have columns and rows, almost like an Excel spreadsheet. And so there's more limitations on the types of things you can store and where you can store them and the ways they can be stored, formats and that kind of thing. I think then, MongoDB, the object oriented type databases, I think tend to be more loose in the types of things you can store and how you can store them. I'm no expert, but I think that the NoSQL databases are a bit more flexible in that regard, for better and for worse. They aren't the best solution for every type of data, but for some types of data, they are better. One-on-one interaction. Yeah, we learn it up in here. Indeed. Snarfin, you can catch the VOD if you need to. It's all good. Yeah, and actually, if you look at my Twitter profile, my header image on my Twitter profile, that's an example of SQL code. You'll see that it's very different than the type of code we're doing here. So if you ever get curious about what SQL is or what it looks like, check out my Twitter header, and you'll see an example of generic SQL code. Okay, so anyway, we are going to add a redirect to stop our browser from hanging every time we post something to the server. So again, inside of we got to pay attention to where we're supposed to put this. So app.post, okay, app.post. All right, so we're going to be doing something in there. What are we going to be doing? All right, so then results. We need to add a res.redirect. And what that's going to do is it's basically going to, after we make an entry, it's going to redirect us back home so we can make another entry if we want to. So after we put something in there, it's going to take us back home to the index. And we can leave that console log there. I tend to like to leave console logs in place, but that's up to you. Again, it's just a console log. It's not hurting anything. Res redirect. And remember, the slash is essentially the root. It's home. All right. Okay, so what I've done is I've just put that in there and I've saved it. So let's do another entry and let's see what it does this time. It's still connecting. Give it a minute. All right, listing on 3000. We're ready to go. Jimfic, type exclamation point Leon instead of 100 devs. Type exclamation point Leon. Sorry, Jimfic. That was the wrong command. There you go. That'll give you the information: the Leon's website, the Twitch, and the Discord. Yeah. Okay. So now let's see what happens. We're going to reload this. Whoops, sorry. We're going to go back to localhost 3000. Now, after we do an entry, instead of directing us to localhost 3000/quotes, it should take us back home for us to be able to enter another quote. All right. So I'm going to put in something from Darth Vader just because we're going to need that later. I'm going to spell Darth Vader correctly. The tutorial spells it wrong multiple times. I'm going to spell it correctly. Darth Vader. What is something he says? I am your father. You mean Lord Helmet? Yeah. No, best quote. Yeah. There we go. We'll just put that. Actually, I don't think he actually says, Luke, I am your father. I think that's a common misattribution, although I may be wrong. I think he just says, I am your father. Who's your daddy, kid? There you go. That's a good one. All right, we'll submit this. All right, now look what happened. It submitted the quote and it took us right back. There's no spinny thing. It's ready for another entry. It took us right back home again. So we could put in another one if we wanted. And if we open up our database here, we'll see it has been added. There. Refresh. Hey, look, there it is. Yeah. Okay, so it's working as expected and it's adding in these quotes. Perfect. Make sure that you, JSON, make sure that you added in this line right here that we were talking about, this redirect. You got to have the redirect. Yeah, Vorpal, we mentioned this a couple times. Theoretically, you would want to use a .env file to store this secretly, out of sight. Just for this particular exercise, we're not doing that, but we will want to do that when we're building real apps. Yeah, absolutely. What is this? Some kind of Star Wars? Yeah, y'all got quotes. Okay. Now, the next thing, so we've done our create, right? We've done the create. We've done the C in CRUD. Now, the next letter in CRUD, we're going to get there, AM codes. Don't worry. ACM, sorry. We're going to get there, ACM. The next letter in CRUD is R, which is read. So we've done the C, the create. Now we need to do the R, the read. Okay? So we need to do two things to show quotes from MongoDB to our users. Get the quotes, obviously, and then render the quotes in HTML. We want to render them to the DOM, right? Just like we would if we were getting them from an API. We would want to, get them in a format that we can read and then turn them into, put them into DOM elements. Okay? Yeah, Tucker, I left the console log result I like leaving those in place just because it helps me track whether things are working or if something dies, Okay, getting quotes from MongoDB. We can get the quotes we stored in MongoDB with the find method. This method from MLab, that sentence doesn't make sense, but we're going to use the find method that's available in the collection method. Okay. So essentially we're going to take our db.collection and we're going to chain a find method on the end of it. Okay. So let's pay attention to where we're doing this. So we're in the R, we're in the read part of our CRUD statement. So we're going to want to move to our app.get because we're getting stuff out of our database, right? Right. Okay. So let's look at this. So we're going to be an app.get. This whole first part stays the same. Now, we're going to want to leave our send file in place. Okay. Don't delete this because we can see what they've told us here is that there's more stuff after this. So in this case, leave this alone. This is where it gets a little hard to follow sometimes, right? So leave this alone for now and just move it down. Put your stuff above it. Okay. Const cursor equals db.collection quotes dot find. Now we don't want to comment out that send file because we still need to give the server our index.html for now. We'll be modifying things a little bit in a little while, but we still need to serve up the index.html for now. Okay. The find method returns a cursor, which won't make sense if you tried logging it. Fair enough. But this cursor object contains all of the quotes from our database. Yeah, that's fair, piece of shoot. Once we do the index.ejs, I think that would cause a problem. Yeah. This cursor contains all quotes from our database. It has a bunch of methods that let us get our data. For example, we can use toArray to convert the data into an array. And we may have done that before, right? If you've ever tried to pull back a bunch of data from an API, for example, like think about it in API terms. If you ever try to get back like a ton of entries at once from an API, you're going to have to take those objects and drop them into an array in order to kind of have them all like be accessible, right? Because otherwise you couldn't get to them when you needed them. So you would just drop all those objects. Let's say you got 10 objects back from like the Pokemon API, and you just drop them all into an array so you can access them all at any point. So that's what we're going to do here. We're just going to say, hey, find these objects and plonk them into an array. Fair enough. Okay. Now, don't get twisted here. We're gonna we have to add a couple of additional lines here. So this is going to be a let's see, what did they do here? Hang on. Yeah, this looks different. Hang on. I got to reference my notes on this one. Sorry, because the tutorial is not clear. So 2 seconds. I have notes. All right, so we're in app.get. Yeah, it's not. App.get quotes collection. Oh, yeah, quotes collection. Let's see, do we have that quotes collection? Yeah, okay, so all right. Yeah, okay, I got it. Cool. I just had to catch up there. So what they did is they were not clear. They removed the cursor. So we can take out this cursor statement completely. And instead, what we're going to do is we are going to just instead of cursor, we're going to just put the quotes directly into an array. Okay. So yeah, and that's a good point that somebody just put in there. And I was just about to say that. So what we're going to do is just get rid of this statement for now. We're going to kind of retype it here. We're going to say, they say db.collection quotes. However, they forgot that we already have a variable that contains all of this information. Let's see, const db. Yeah, right up here. Look, see? Look at this. Quotes collection. db.collection quotes. So screw that noise. We're just going to use quotes collection. That variable already does exactly what we need. quotes collection dot find dot to array. So we're improving on things a little bit here. Yeah, they've forgotten about a variable. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right. Quote selection dot find dot to array. That'll work just fine. And then that being a promise, we're going to have a then results. Oops. Console log results. Actually, I can just copy this here. Console log results and catch error. I'm just copying the catch statement from below. That's up to you. You can type it out if you would like. Now be cognizant here. This is a then results and console log results. Okay? Yeah, and you can turn this into an async await function as well if you would like. Yeah. Okay. All right, so that should do it. Let's see what we get back. So we're going to run this and we're going to see, we expect what we should get back is an array of all the quotes that we've added so far. Okay. So let's save it. Let's see if we got an error or if I did it right. First try. We'll see. Question mark. Listening. Oh, let's see. Sorry, I need to do I need to reload? Yeah. All right, there we go. So if you don't see, so you once you're connected, just go back and reload your browser window, and then that'll spit out the quotes into your console. So just go back, reload the browser window, and it'll spit the quotes as soon as it triggers on that. So what is it triggering on? It's triggering on the slash, right? And so how do we get the slash? We get the slash from our root, from our homepage, and all we need to do to trigger that is to just reload it. Got them! Yay! And look at this. See it? Look, it put them in an array, right? It's not super clear the way they're written in the console, but these are two objects inside of an array, right? Which is what we wanted. That's a good way for us to store these. Got an error. Double check that this is an easy thing to mess up. Then results, console log results. Just make sure those are consistent. Go to your JSON, go to your local, your homepage and just click the reload button. And that should cause them to write. That should cause them to write. Yeah, it's starting to look like API data, isn't it? Except we're the ones building it. Rather than just accessing something that already exists, we're building this data to be whatever we want it to be. Yeah. Pretty cool. Okay. We see the quotes we added. Now, the next thing, so we've pulled the data back, and just like if we were hitting an API, the next thing we want to do is pull out what we want and put it into the DOM so that we can actually see it in our browser. Rendering the HTML. Okay, we cannot serve up the index.html file and expect quotes to magically appear because there's no way to add dynamic content to an HTML file. What we can do instead is use a template engine to generate the HTML. Popular template engines include blah, 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 blah. They wrote a bunch about it in a separate post. I don't know. Go read that if you want to. For this tutorial, we will use embedded JavaScript, EJS, as our template engine because it's the easiest to start with. You'll find it familiar from the get-go since you'll be writing HTML and JavaScript. Cool beans. Okay, so we have yet another installation. Hooray! Should be getting good at this by now, right? All right, so let's go ahead and stop our server and because we need to do an installation. Okay. And we're going to do npm install EJS, save. It's installing and done. Okay, now this will put it into our package JSON file. So we can double check and make sure it's there if we want. So look, now we have body parser, EJS, Express, and MongoDB. Yeah, Osiris, we did talk about that before. We don't necessarily need body parser anymore, but if you see it in production, which you very well might, we just want folks to be aware of what it is and what it's for. But yes, it is deprecated. Yeah. Okay, so it's in package JSON, so it's ready to use. Now, we need to set our view engine to EJS. This tells Express we're using EJS as the template engine. You need to place it before any app use, app get, or app post methods. Okay, so what that's telling us is that it needs to be prior to anything that's app use, get, or post. So where's our first use? Well, our first use is right here. So let's go ahead and put it above. So we're going to say, again, we're in server.js here. We're in server.js, and we're going to go ahead and say app.set view engine, comma, EJS. Okay. We can now generate HTML on the fly that contains the quotes. This process is called rendering the HTML. Okay, so now we have the ability, we can render based on what we get back from the database. Okay. Windows Defender, come on. Sorry, something popped up in the other window there. Oh, Hydrate, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Okay. So we can use the render method that's built into Express's response. It needs to follow the following syntax: res.render something. So the view is the name of the file we're rendering, and this file must be placed inside of a views folder. There's locals is the data that's passed into the file. Okay, now, posture check, thank you. So that may not make too much sense to you, but what it's basically saying is that we're setting up this custom rendering based on the data that we get back, and in order to do that, we're going to need a specific file that we're going to be the specific file we're going to be rendering. It needs to be stored inside of a views folder, and we're going to be passing some data into the file to be rendered. Okay, so we're going to need to make a new folder inside of our existing project. Okay, so follow me here. We're going to need to make a new folder inside of our existing project. And you can do that inside of your terminal if you would like to. It's up to you. Or you can do it the way I'm going to do it, which is directly in VS Code right here. I'm going to make a new folder called views. Yeah, you could use Mekdir if you wanted. I'm going to make a new folder called views. Okay. And inside of views, I'm going to make a new file. Now pay attention here. I'm going to make a new file called index.ejs. And this may be what was throwing some folks off earlier, but we weren't there yet. If y'all just copied and pasted the code and you were getting errors about index.js or something like that, you might have been like, if you just grabbed the code off the GitHub and were trying to run it, you may have been like, what the flip? Like, what is this thing that this additional index file? It's not HTML. What is that? Well, that's what we're making now, except it has to be inside of this views folder, index.ejs. Okay? Not index.html, index.ejs. All right? So inside of views, I'm going to make a new file called index.ejs. Now, notice when I do that, it acts like it's an HTML file. It gives it the little carrots. but it's a little different. Yeah. Okay. Well, what is EJS for? So honestly, I don't remember what it stands for. It's not eloquent JavaScript. But yeah, I don't know what it stands for. It's a good question. I'll have to look it up. Embedded JavaScript. Oh, thank you, Osiris. Yeah, embedded JavaScript. Okay, much appreciated. All right, so we have our, now look at my folder structure here. Look at my folder structure. Make sure that this matches yours. Okay, see how this index.ejs is inside of the views folder? All right, that's critical. Can't have it at the root level with these other ones. Got to be inside the folder. Okay. Okay. I'll assume y'all got it. All right. So we've made our index.ejs and we're just going to grab all of this. So we're taking everything from our index.html, the file we've been working in this whole time. We're just going to grab everything and drop it into index.ejs. Copy paste. I would grab it straight out of this tutorial thing here. Just grab it straight out of here, copy paste it, okay? But you can see that the content is the same, right? We've got our title, we've got our form, we've got our two input boxes, and our submit button. All right. And after that, we're going to use res.render to render the index.ejs file. So we're moving away from index.html and replacing that is going to be index.ejs, which is going to give us a little bit more flexibility. All right. And now this doesn't say, now this is the tricky part. They're switching files here without telling us, right? This is obviously not HTML, but they didn't tell us where to put it. Okay. So I'm going to save my HTML and I'm going to go back to my server.js. Tucker, I would copy from the one in the tutorial, but you can do it from either. It should be one-to-one. But just in case you made a mistake in the HTML, you can have a bit of a fresh start here. Up to you. All right, so let's pay attention. We've saved our HTML. We're done with that for now. Okay. We're in index.js, so we're going to move back to our server.js file. And we're going to be inside of our app.get. Oh, hey, Wheat then, welcome. Hopefully be able to help you out here. Feel free to ask questions if you have them. So we're inside app.get. We have our quotes collection .find to array. We have our then. We have our catch. Now, we're going to change things. Look right here. See where it says res.sendFile index? Well, we're not using index.html anymore. We need to replace that with index.ejs. Okay. So we're going to replace our send file line with res.render. Okay. Res.render index.ejs. And it's already expecting it to be inside of the views folder, so we don't need to specify that location. That's where it's expecting it. All right. So that's what we replace that with. Now, we can test whether or not this is working real quick just by saving it. And I'm going to reinitialize my server here. npm run dev, npm run dev. Now it should still work. Nothing should break. Even though we replace the literal source of our HTML, we shouldn't see any functional difference. Okay. All right, my server is starting. I'm going to give it a second to connect to the database. Okay. It's done. Now let's see if it's working. Hey! Look at that. It still works. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm going to pause here for a second because folks were saying this is where they got stuck. So for the folks that were stuck, first try. Yeah. For the folks that are stuck, did this help you? Do you need me to run it back? What we just did. There we go. All right. Oh, it did help you. Good. What did I just type in the terminal? I just reinitialized my server, so it's running again. I had to disable it in order to install EJS, and I just reinitialized it. So in order to do that, since I'm running nodemon, I typed npm run dev to reinitialize nodemon. You got stuck at the quotes part. Yeah, we'll get there in just a minute. I got stuck there too, so we'll talk about that. Yeah. And so, yeah, the tutorial didn't say to delete that send file thingy. Um, the only way you can catch that is by noticing, looking at this part of the, oh, sorry, you probably can't see that too well. It's behind my webcam. Sorry. The only way you could see that is by noticing that they didn't have any of those, like comment lines above or below. Basically, they're insinuating that there is no code, that there's no code above or below that. This is the entirety of the code in app.get. So what they're saying is, yeah, this is what your app.get should look like in entirety with nothing else there. So yeah, but they really should have said replace. Absolutely. Sky Lily, you might just be missing. So inside of your then statement, you should have a console log. Do you have your console log? And also reload. Go to your browser. Go to localhost 3000 and reload the page. See if you get it then. You have your console log. Reload the page and see what you get. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're gonna have some more like dynamic rendering abilities to get as we add more elements to the database. Yeah. Did you no caffeine? Did you go to your browser right here, and did you reload it? What do you see when you reload the page? Your server should be running, and you need to reload the page. Yeah, it works. Yeah, you got it. Okay, good deal. Now notice that it does say if it just keeps, it says to refresh the page, so it's easy to miss. I know it's so easy to miss, and you're like, why isn't it working? Yeah, it's hard to, and we're gonna automate that refresh. We're gonna add some more uh, functionality here in a little bit. Your localhost refuses to load. Do you have this? Look down here in app.post. Do you have the redirect? Or is your server running? You need to make sure your server is running, and that you have this redirect. So after you submit something, then it'll unblock itself. Yeah. Do you have the redirect in app.post? Double check that it looks exactly like mine. Okay, next thing. So we shouldn't see anything that breaks theoretically. Nothing should change. Nothing should break. So it should look, even though we're using a completely different source file, it should work just the same. Okay. Now we're going to write our quotes directly into that index file. Okay. To do this, we need to pass the quotes into the render method. And I think this may have been where some folks got hung up, and I know I did. I got hung up on this very step. So we're going to do this step. We're going to, troubleshoot it a little bit if we need to, and then we're going to take a break. I feel like once we get through this step, we'll feel very accomplished because I know a lot of folks got hung up here. Okay. So again, we're in app.get. We have our quotes collection, find to array, right? Then results. Now, instead of just console logging them, we're going to actually render them. Okay. And we're going to take this, again, they're being a little shifty with us here. We need to take this render, and I'm actually even going to look at, okay. We need to take this render statement that we just added, and we're going to move it. You see how it's inside of the then statement? So let's, I'm going to keep the console log actually. I'm going to move this render up here. I'm going to get rid of it down here so that my catch is the last thing. So now the render is inside of the promise. So only once it's able to get into the database, grab the results. Once that promise is fulfilled, then it's going to render those results on the page. Now, render index.ejs, and then what it's actually going to render, the data that we're passing, is quotes results. Okay. And then we still have our catch, right? Your body's about, okay, give me just a couple more minutes. All right, let's see if this works. Now, I'm honestly not sure. I think, well, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. Because I did this exactly as written. And I got stuck in here for a little while earlier today when I was building this for the first time. So we'll see if I did better this time. I don't know. All right. Because when I tried to render this the first time, I got a crap ton of errors. But we'll see. Well, so quotes results, that's the data that we are actually rendering on the page. We have to tell the page what we want to render. All right, so it's listening. No errors yet. Let's see. If I reload this, I'm curious to see what I get. Okay, no errors, but it rendered in the browse. It rendered in the console. Let's see. Is that okay? Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. So we still need to add the quotes thing we need to give it a location to render those quotes. That's the one thing we didn't do yet. Yeah, I haven't updated the index.ejs file. Yeah. Global crisis. You got it. Yep. So we've put in the code. We put in the code in order to do that, but it's in the console. Good first step. Now we need to put it into the body as well. So let's go to our index.ejs. All right. And look at where it wants us to put it, right? We've got our H1. We've got our form. Now, just before the end of the body, they want us to add this. Okay. And they tell us what we should expect to see is something like that, where it's just a bunch of objects in brackets because it can't render properly. But let's see. Let's see what we get. Okay. And I think, well, my server should be, let's see. I don't know. There we go. Okay, so it worked. So when I did this earlier today, I must have had some weird typo. This time it worked just fine. I probably had a missing letter or something because I was stuck on that for like an hour. All right, so you should see something like this. And because we have two quotes inside of our database, that's what ends up rendering inside of our no, Caffeinate, did you say, or sorry, Snarfin, sorry, did you save both index and server.js? Are those up to date? First try, yeah. I'm kind of amazed by that. I don't know what I messed up earlier today. Who knows? Civic Thunder. Rascal is just everywhere. I just assume that Rascal is, you know, omnipresent in any virtual space and is therefore soaking up all known knowledge in human history. That's my only explanation that I can come up with. Yeah. He's an AI. You're getting an error in the console. Yeah, you shouldn't be getting any errors. It should render something, and so that's that's a success, right? It was able to render. It just couldn't give us something that we can actually read. Yeah, EJS can't convert it gets the object back successfully. It just can't convert it into HTML. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take a break. And when we get back, we're going to take all of this and we're going to convert it into objects that we can actually render and display properly on the page. Okay, so we're actually doing really well. This is this is probably the hardest part is getting the rendering done, and then the update and the delete are more straightforward. So the hard stuff is done. Oh, Amila, that could be just that. Here, let's go back to server.js. So right here, just look at everything in app.get, and it should be rendering. Look at mine. It should be rendering sorry, it should be rendering just generic objects in the browser. That's right. That's correct. We're going to fix that in the next step. Okay. If you're getting something that says quotes and index EJS is not defined, make sure that your render is inside of your then statement. Remember, we moved it. It used to be below, but we moved it up inside of the then. Do you still have the console log? Amila, do you still have the console log right here? Console log results? That would be why it isn't showing up if you deleted that. Yeah, you need to keep that console log in there if you want to see him in the console. Okay, it's break time. Let's take a break. I'm gonna leave this up so you can scan it and you can see if there's something you maybe don't have. Focusing kind of on the on this app.get right here. Just double check that, make sure it looks like yours. All right, we're gonna reset the timer and we're gonna take a 5-minute break and we're gonna keep on trucking. This might be my longest stream ever. I don't know, guys. We'll see. This is a heck of a thing, right? But we're almost there and you all are doing great. We've already done the hardest stuff. Now we've already put in the engine and we've already built the body of the car and put in the engine. Now we're just hooking up wires. It's all there. The components are there. We're just hooking them together. Okay. Starting the timer now. 5 minutes. I'll see you back here shortly. I'm going to get some more tea. All right, come on back, folks. Come on back. My kettle is almost boiled, so I'm going to go pour myself a fresh cup. All righty, let's get back at it. Oh, I need to go shut a door real quick. Sorry. Come on in, bud. Go. Okay. Just had to let the dog in. All right. Oh, good job, Dev. You found your error. Excellent. It's awesome. Oh, and Snarfin, you found it too. That's great. Oh, and Strain, you found it. Yeah. Y'all are getting so good at troubleshooting. It's awesome. Troubleshooting is such a good skill to have, and so many people don't have that skill. So you can go far with just the ability to analytically look at code and figure out what's wrong. So good job. Iokalani. Sorry, I probably didn't say that right. Quotes is not defined. Let's see. Did you put your did you put your render? Did you put your render inside of your then? Then, yeah. If you do exclamation point uptime, you'll see how long we've been going. You did. Yeah, 4 hours and 14 minutes. This is getting close to a record, I think. We'll see. Okay. Yeah, so little kind of, I'm not quite sure. Quotes is not defined. Do you have in your then, do you have results and results? So like when you highlight results, it should match both of these, making sure that both of those match. And if you can't get Iokolani, if you can't get it to work, you can also look at the GitHub and see, and do a direct comparison against their code and see what might be missing. Yeah, and also too, and your res.render, that's a good point. In your res.render, make sure that you have quotes results as a second argument. So here's the GitHub if you want to look at that, and just go into their view EJS folder. They wrote theirs slightly differently than they did in their own tutorial, but you should at least be able to maybe figure out what's going on. Okay, let's keep going. All right. So in the browser, as a reminder, before break, we saw that we were able to render something, but it didn't make a lot of sense, right? It was just object, 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 blah, blah, blah. 72 degrees and partly sunny. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's actually night, so it's not sunny, but I don't know. I don't think the weather app is updating properly. Okay, so we see lots of object, right? Because each quote inside results is a JavaScript object, and EJS cannot convert that object into HTML automatically. We need to loop through the quotes. Remember, they're in an array, so we need to loop through that array and then essentially extract each object and render it in a list, sequentially in a list. So we need to strip it out of the array first, right? And then render it properly. Okay, so we're going to do it in a for loop, which we should be pretty familiar with that and working with arrays. The only difference is we need to put the for loop statements inside of caret percentage. These like a caret sign and a percentage sign. Okay. They should come up with a better abbreviation than CRUD. CRUD means crap. Well, as developers tend to have a sense of humor, so I am entirely certain that it was probably left that way for somewhat humorous purposes. Who knows? All right, so let's pay attention here to where we're going to be putting this. So clearly this is HTML, right? Now you may think, wait, hang on a second. That's Java. For loops are JavaScript, but we're going to be writing it directly into our index.ejs. Make sure you're working in index.ejs, not index.html. Inside of index.ejs, we're going to be adding this loop. Okay? So we're going to go ahead and we're going to put it, just based on the way this is laid out, we're going to go ahead and put it below our form, and we're going to just replace that basic quotes. We're going to replace this quotes thing here. We're going to replace that entirely with this new, more structured loop. Yeah, Rassel, that's a good point. That's the E in EJS, is embedding JavaScript inside of our fancy HTML. Yeah. All right, so we're going to have an H2. Actually, yeah, oh, whatever. H2 quotes. I didn't mean to put spaces around that. Quotes, and now inside of that, we're going to have a list. UL means what? What does UL mean? Quick HTML throwback. Pop quiz. UL means, yeah, y'all remember. Throwing a curveball at you there. All right, so the class on this is going to be quotes. Quotes. All right, and this is where we're going to do the loop. And it's essentially the same as a JavaScript for loop, again, except we're putting, like, basically we're putting tags around it. So tag percentage for var I equals 0, I less than quotes dot length. And if you guys have seen like my food checker tutorial and stuff like that, if y'all have ever seen my like food checker tutorial, we kind of did this. We made like a dynamic list, right? Which could vary in length based on, or dynamic table, which could vary in length based on the length of our array. So we've done stuff like this before, just not specifically in EJS. So this shouldn't be entirely unfamiliar. It just looks a little bit different based on what we're doing, the way we're using it. So, all right, so closing tag there. And gotta be kind of careful with this one. Li. Civic, I think your comment was caught by the automod, but I think they may be pranking you. Quote, class is quote. And this is the output. So we're going to put it in a span inside of a list. I'm taking the time to type this out just because I'm not familiar with it, and it's good to type it by hand rather than copy paste, just because it's something new, and that'll make me think about it a little bit more. So let's think about what we're doing here. We're grabbing quote I. We're grabbing the name from quote I, so like Luke or Darth Vader or Yoda, and we're putting it inside of a span, right? Yeah, that's what we're doing. So that's going inside of a span, and then I am going to copy and paste this part. We're going to take that span and we're going to put, so we're basically what this is doing is it's taking each quote, it's putting it inside of a list item, right? It's putting the name and the quote inside of spans. Missed an S in UL class quote. Nope. That class, that's how it's written. So I'm going to leave it. But I mean, that's a good observation. Yeah. And then we need to, at the very end, then we just need to close this tag here. Oops. Keep doing that. All right. And doot. Okay, that should do it. Let's see if I did it right. I don't know. But quote, see. All right. Let's try it. So now theoretically, when this renders, we should now get a list of our quotes. Oh, class. I got you. Thanks. Yeah. So UL class is quotes. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Good call. All right. So now let's see if this, yeah, there we go. Hey. Hello. Yeah, this is the syntax for EJS. Yeah. We're embedding JavaScript inside. We're embedding JavaScript inside of our HTML, directly inside of our HTML. So not inline, not like inline CSS. It's like inline JavaScript, which is kind of wild. Yeah. Totally following golden rule, I know, right? It's kind of shady, huh? You could build this locally, JSON, but that's not the point. For real apps, that's not how you're going to be using them, right? Real apps ain't going to be used just locally. You want people to be able to use them wherever they are, from where, and everybody to be able to submit data from their own machines. So that's why we need this type of we need a cloud backend, and we need like basically a global storage location, a global storage locker. Yeah, exactly. We want them to be accessible by anyone, not just us. There you go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we should see the quotes rendered directly in our browser. And as we add more of them, they will continue to render. Our list will continue to grow because it's going to grab everything from the database as it goes. So let's try that. See if that works. I'm your father. You're not there, so don't try. I'm your father. Let's get. Well, what they get out of it, JSON, is that companies pay big money for big hosting. So it gets expensive if you want to host a lot of data. For us, we're on the free tier. We're peanuts. All right, let's do one from Luke. But I wanted to go into Tashi Station to pick up some power converters. Whiny Luke. One exclamation point. There. So what that's done is it's written it to the database and then immediately read it back out to us. So it's there, it's in the up in the cloud, and we just read it back as well. We've written it out to the database, so it's there forever. And now we just read it back in the browser. Perfect. Ship it. Yeah. Oh yeah, I think I am missing a colon. I did notice that. Yeah, it's right here at the end of the span. I need the colon there. Yeah, that'll look better. There we go. Yeah, that's cleaner. I can bring you in warm. I can bring you in cold. Boba Fett. Yeah, right? That was Boba Fett, wasn't it? to Han Solo. Din Djarin, yeah, yeah. So it wasn't okay. It wasn't Boba. It was the Mandalorian. Okay, I couldn't remember. I've seen the series. I just couldn't remember the origin. Helmet guy, one of the helmet guys. Okay, so and that what that tells us is that yeah, we should see what we have up here along with all of our quotes. Yeah. Okay, so we've done from the word crud, we have done C and R, right? We've done create and read. So what's the next one? What's U? Ludicrous speed, go. Update, yeah. Yep, so that's the next thing we're going to do. We're going to update existing entries to be something different. We're going to change their properties. I'm not seeing anything in my browser except for an error message saying it failed to look up view and use the render function. Yeah, I would if you check the GitHub code and see if it matches yours. So go look in their view folder in their GitHub and look at yours at your index.ejs and see if it matches up. And then also look at their because it's very easy to when you're typing this out, it's very easy to make a mistake. So see if it matches, and then also look at their app.get and see if it. I think they, like I say, I think they coded theirs slightly differently than in the tutorial for some reason. But you can always just see if you're missing anything there. We got a stretch and we got a posture check. Okay. Posture check, shoulders back, and a stretch. There we go. Okay. Yeah, make sure if you got Luke for both the name and the quote, make sure that you have right here in your render, you have quotes I name and then quotes I quote. Not you probably have name for both. Hey, no problem, ELO Connie. Thanks for coming. Watch and I learn. I'm both shocked at my number of typos and shocked there aren't more. Welcome to my life. Okay, let's move on to the update. The U in CRUD. All right. We use the update operation when we want to change something. It can be triggered with a put request. Like post, put can be triggered either through JavaScript or through a form element. Let's switch things up and use JavaScript since you already know how to use form elements. For this update operation, we will create a button that replaces the first quote by Yoda to something written by Darth Vader. And they spell Darth Vader wrong every single time. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but they do. So we're going to correct that. To do this, we need to add a button into the index.ejs file. Okay, so below, I would say you can just put it below your unordered list here, because we're going to move things around in the CSS anyway at the very end. So you can just kind of put it down below here. And since this is stuff that we already know, I'm not going to hand type this. I'm just going to copy paste. But we are going to go through what it's doing. So it's just a div. It has an H2 in it. Darth Vader invades. Let's correct the spelling. And I'm also gonna correct the grammar just a little bit as well. Replace the first Yoda quote with a quote written by Darth Vader. Period. All right. And then we have a button that is going to replace Yoda's quote. Snarfin, I mean, that's really just for EJS. So it's definitely something I'm sure you'll encounter. Embedded JavaScript. I mean, I don't know if you'll be using it a lot. Your employer might. I'm not sure. This is such a unique implementation of the update of CRUD. Yeah, it is kind of wild, Rascal. Like, right? Normally you wouldn't fully rewrite an object like this necessarily. At least in my experience with databases, updates are generally for, like, let's say, if I was looking at finance data, I might, update an account balance, but I would only be changing like one element of that existing row or existing object. You would be updating a single part of that without changing the overall nature of the object. This is kind of interesting. But okay, so what that's doing is creating a button that you can click, and it's going to update an object, an existing Yoda quote, and replace it with a Darth Vader quote. Okay. We will also create an external JavaScript file to execute a put request. According to express conventions, this JavaScript is kept in a folder called public. So again, we're going to be creating another folder that's going to live inside of our parent folder here. Okay, and first I'm just going to save my index.html real quick, just so I don't forget to do that. And my index.ejs, my bad, sorry. And I'm going to create a new folder inside of my parent folder. Folder. Oh, not there, sorry. Oops. I need it to be inside the root. Okay. Nope, not there. Come on, man. All right. New folder. There we go. All right. Public. And inside of public, I want a new file that's called main.js. Main.js? That looks familiar, doesn't it? This whole time we've been working in the server, and now finally we're creating a local JavaScript file. After all this time. Wild. Okay, main.js. Well, the CSS is going to end up styling, it's going to end up styling the EJS file, I believe. Yeah. Because we're kind of done with index.html at this point. So I've created a new folder called public. I put a main.js inside of it. And now we have to tell Express to make this public folder accessible to the public by using a built-in middleware called express.static. Okay, so inside of my, move this over a little bit. Come on, stop that. Inside of my main.js, I'm going to say app dot, oops, no. Hang on. App dot, what is that even doing? I think somebody else had this earlier. It wants to autocomplete app to, oh wait, is this in the, hang on. I need to see where they want us to put this. Yeah, hang on. 1 second. Don't do anything yet. Don't do anything yet. I need to check my notes. Because this is another one of those things that was not clear in the tutorial. So I don't want to lead you wrong. Hang on. Yeah, it's going to be in server. Yeah, I'm just confirming. App use express static. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. So we've created our main folder. We're not going to put anything in it just yet. Inside of our server.js, and they don't tell you this, inside of our server.js, we are going to put express.static public. Okay, so pay attention. If you weren't listening before, we're putting this inside of server.js, not main.js. All right, and we can just put it kind of up here. I think I put it before. I put it after body parser. Yeah, I put it here. Just move that down a little bit. All right, app.use express.static and public. Okay. And we'll save that. And now we can now add the main.js file to the main.ejs file. So what this is going to do is index.ejs is going to use main.js as its script source. You know how when we have an HTML file, we have to have a source for the script? Well, index.ejs is going to use main.js as its source. So just like we always do, we need to have a script source, a JavaScript source for our file. And in this case, it is going to be main.js. So I'm going to grab that. Script source, main.js, script. Save. Could buy super long switch case if else's of yesteryear. Yeah. Okay. So we will send a put request. So when the button gets clicked to update the quote, we're going to essentially send a put request. This means we need to listen for a click event. Woo, it's an event listener. Yeah. Next, we're going to send the put request when the button is clicked. Yeah, my script source is in the public directory. No, it's here. See? Boop, 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 boop. Oh, you mean the file path? Yeah, that doesn't seem to matter. I actually tried it both ways because I was curious. I tried putting public in there and that errored out. So I guess it just assumes that it's going to be in that public folder, and so you don't need to put that path. Yeah, but I mean it is so the script is located in there, but we don't need to say public main. I guess we'll see if it doesn't work. I mean, we can look at it again, but I believe I tried this earlier today, both ways, and it didn't like it when I said public. Could be wrong though. All right, so we're going to send the put request when the button is clicked, and we can do that via how do we trigger something off of a click event? This is a softball that y'all need to win. Yeah, event listener. All right, and they're being sneaky here again. We're switching to main.js, and that's where we put the event listener. Okay, so got to pay attention to which file we're in. They tell us we need to switch to main.js here and add our event listener. So as const update document dot query selector comments, and we're going to have that trigger off of our update button. Oops. Update button. Okay, and update dot add event listener on click. We're going to essentially then be passing in something that's going to be then put to replace, essentially that's going to be what's going to replace update an existing entry. All right, so the easiest way to trigger a put request, an update request in modern browsers is to use fetch, which we are familiar with. Ah, yes. So fetch has the following syntax. We have an endpoint and we have options. In this case, let's say we want to send the request to quotes. We'll set the endpoint to quotes. All right. And we're going to send a put request, and we're going to set fetch's method to put. Okay. So inside of our event listener, we're going to have a fetch. And if we recall, this quotes endpoint was also used when we submit quotes. So same endpoint. Method put, though. All right, and put is essentially equal to update, right? Yeah. Okay. Modern applications send JSON data to servers, which we already knew. We worked a lot with JSON objects from APIs. They also receive JSON data back from servers. JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. They're like JavaScript objects, but each property and value are written between two quotation marks, and we've seen those quite a bit. So here's an example of JavaScript data where we have our properties and then the actual item in as a string. But JSON is entirely enclosed in quotes. Both items are strings. So fair enough. We need to tell the server we're sending JSON data by setting the content type headers to application JSON. And we've seen that before. We've seen content type, right? When we were working with vanilla Node, we had to set each endpoint had its own content type, whether that was HTML, JavaScript, CSS. Oh yeah, good point. That was a good question with the underscore. So yeah, in this case, we're not passing. We're only passing one parameter, and we're ignoring it because we're just on the click. We just want to do a fetch. We're telling it we want to do a fetch on click. Jason, I hope you have some extra groceries in the pantry because yeah, you ain't getting to Walmart tonight. Sorry. Or wherever you're going. Okay. So we have a put method, and we have to add our headers as well to tell it what type of content type is coming through. So in this case, headers content. I cannot spell anymore. Content type application JSON. All right. And I forgot the comma. There we go. Next, we need to convert the data that we send into JSON. So remember, a JavaScript object doesn't have quotes around both items. So we need to turn that into strings. And so in order to do that, we can use JSON.stringify, which essentially turns both items into strings, both the name and both the key and the property itself. So in that case, the body of the content that we're going to be sending is a specific Darth Vader quote that we're going to stringify. Stringify. And the object that we're going to stringify is name, Darth, and spell it correctly. Otherwise, it's going to cause you problems later. Darth Vader. They spell it incorrectly there. So if you're copying and pasting, at least correct. Correct the spelling. I find your lack of faith disturbing. All right. And I forgot a comma again. I keep doing that. There we go. Okay. So we've got that. We've got our event listener. It's doing a thing, right? It's doing a fetch. Our event listener is set up to do a fetch. And now in the server, we have to then accept that fetch request. So what we've just updated is our JavaScript. So it's ready. It's ready to lob that fastball toward the server to say, hey, here's the thing. I want to update this record. And then our server then also has to be set up to accept that request. Okay. So now we're going to go back. So we're going to save our main.js. So save that first. And now we're going to go back to our server.js file. So we were working in main.js, right? Go back to server.js. And we're going to have another use case here. So I'm just going to put that at the end of my little list here. App. And again, this may be another one that's deprecated. Somebody else could probably tell me. body parser .json. Doesn't seem like it's necessary, but we're going to put that in. Body parser.json. And after that, we're going to go down to our, see, I don't think we have we don't have a put method yet. So we're going to add a put method, which is something we don't have yet. So we have our get, we have our post, and I'm going to insert the put here just before the listen. You can put it. I don't think it entirely. The order doesn't seem entirely crucial, but it just seems to make sense to me to have these sorts of things prior to the listen. So I'm going to put it here. App.put. Quotes. Rec. Res. This should be a little bit starting to become a little familiar by now. The syntax seems pretty common, right? Just do the thing, send a request and a results as parameters, and then we're just going to go ahead and console log this for now. Obviously, we're going to be doing the actual change, but first off, we're just going to console log this and see what we get. Okay, save it. And kiddo, yeah, what error are you getting? Okay, now if we reload our browser here, if I click replace Yoda's quote, let me see if do I get a console log here? I don't remember. I was hoping to, let's see, what did we do here? I forget what this one is supposed to give me back. Console log, Chris Buddy. Oh, it's okay. It's just console logging the body of the request. Oh, thanks, Osiris. Yeah. I think I have a bunch of different console logs here, so I think I may be console logging twice. Let's go ahead and just replace the quote and see what we get. That'll be more clear. It'll show up here in the DOM once we actually do the replacement of the quote. That'll be easier to see. Kiddo, you're getting an error on line 6. That's the fetch here. So just take a quick look here, see if there's anything that looks obviously different. Oh, you got the name and quote replacement in your terminal at the very end. Okay, I might be missing something there. Oh, good. Okay, you got it. You got it, kiddo? Awesome. Okay. Yeah, I could be missing something. I have a bunch of console logs here. Okay, I'm going to comment out a couple of things here just real quick for troubleshooting purposes. I'm going to comment out my other console logs. That'll just make it clear. Okay, and then we'll save this again. No, don't be worried, AshX. Nah, this is a learning curve. Let's see. I wonder if... Okay, I may be missing something then because I'm not getting the console log. All right, let's see. Let us see. I'm going to check against my notes and see what I'm missing. It's all good. App.put. Yeah, it should console log the Darth Vader quote. So I'm missing something somewhere because it's not console logging it for me. So yeah, so you guys did it right. I just missed something somewhere. It's all good. Let me know if you guys spot anything that I might have missed. Put rest. So, has anyone ever told me you have an impeccable jawline? Yeah, I dig my jawline, man. It's one of my favorite things. Got to be proud about some of your features, you know? Can't be proud of everything, but some things you can be proud of. Oh, it must be maybe. Yeah, I'll try logging a new quote. All right. Let's see, I already have one. This one from Obi-Wan. Submit that. Okay, so it added in there. But yeah, I'm still not getting, so something's still wrong in my, something is still wrong in my put. It's okay. Console log, request body, app.put. I did refresh. Yes, and I saved. And my server did refresh as well. Good question, though. Those are the types of things to check. And I've got my body parser, JSON. It's only like 3 lines. I don't know what I screwed up. Um, hmm. Yeah, we'll check. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, we'll check the console. Oh, hello. Require is not defined. Okay. That gives us something, right? Let's see, where is require? Oops, not there. Main.js. Oh, it put in that stupid thing. Good catch, y'all. Yeah. Did that stupid autocomplete thing. Yeah. That should work. Thanks, y'all. Autocomplete. Boo. All right, let's try this now. Oh, I didn't wait for it to finish. Hang on. There it goes. All right. Yeah, it worked. Thanks all. Much appreciated. Sorry for the little delay there. It'll keep putting it back if you turn. Yeah, I'll have to turn off auto import. Okay, now let's actually. So we console logged it, but we didn't actually do the change, right? We didn't actually update the quote. So let's do that. And we'll finish the update section of CRUD. Okay. So inside, so we're back over in server.js. We're going to be inside of our app.put method. Now they don't specify that here. Let's see, sorry. There we go. Okay. So they don't specify, but we are going to be still working inside of app.put. DevDipper, in your go into your main.js and scroll all the way to the top and see if you have something that's like require something or other. Get rid of that. It's a line that you didn't write that got auto imported. Yeah. So inside of our put method, we're going to replace this console log with this new method called find one and update. This method lets us find and change one item in the database. It has the following syntax. We have a query, an update, and options, and it's a promise, so we can say then and catch. So in this case, our query lets us filter the connection with key value pairs. Interesting. So this is very similar to SQL, in that in SQL you can say select star from a table where certain conditions are true. In this case, that's kind of what we're doing here. We're saying essentially select one from the database where name is Yoda. So that's kind of a little parallel there. All right. And our update is going to tell MongoDB what to change. So it uses MongoDB's update operators like set and push. And we are going to use the set operator since we're changing Yoda's quotes into Darth Vader's quotes. Okay. So again, similar to SQL, it's like an update statement. So we would say update, update database where update database set. There's so the SQL command set also the same command exists in SQL set. Name set quote equals whatever, right? So yeah, it's similar here. And then options tells MongoDB to define additional options for this update requests. So quotes collection. So essentially, we're going to replace everything we had in that console log that we had input before. We're going to replace it with quotes collection dot find one and update. It's interesting. I'm not really sure why we're not using find one and replace, because we are essentially replacing everything, but we'll roll with it. It's all good. So the name is going to be Yoda. The name that we're looking for is Yoda. Okay. And we're going to be doing a set on both the name and the quote to replace them. So set name equals request body name, and oops, there we go. And quote is request body quote. Okay. And after that, we've done the name, we've done this, we've done the, we've done the name, we've done the update, and for the options, if no Yoda quotes exist in the database, we want to force MongoDB to create a new Darth Vader quote. We do this by setting upsert to true. So upsert means insert a document if no documents can be found. It's a combination of update and insert, right? So we're going to set upsert equals true. Or upsert colon true, I'm sorry. All right. And then again, since it's a promise, we're going to have our then statement. And let's see, I want to make sure I get my, my brackets are fine, I think. I'm going to do a then. And then, of course, they don't have the result in here, so I'm going to have to grab that. Oh, log the result to the command line. Okay. Then result is going to be console.log result. I'll look at chat in a minute. I know there's stuff going on, but I want to finish this. Otherwise, I'll lose my place. This is a long one, so I want to make sure I get it right. Console log results And last is the catch. Catch error console dot error error. Okay. Whew. All right. Console log result, catch error error. Okay. Wowzer. All right. I'm going to save that. Okay. So I'm going to stop here for a second. This is the whole thing that we just did. Okay. So if you're still not getting the Vader quote, check to see if you're getting an error inside the browser, like I was. Remember how we looked in the browser and I saw, oh yeah, if I did, I did inspect and I was actually getting an error there, which meant that the error was inside of my main.js file. And I realized that it had sneakily inserted an extra line at the top of my main.js, right? And so that prevented, things from logging properly. And so after I deleted that extra line, then that gave me this, that actually gave me the console log in the browser. Okay, so no error in the browser. Did you actually have the console log in app.put? Yeah, check it. Also check your event listener over in your main.js as well. Kismet quotes collection. That's probably because you didn't declare that as a variable. You need to declare const quotes collection as an actual variable. So inside of your server.js, you should check up top in your server.js. Do you have const quote collection equals something? Do you have that? If you don't, we'll go back in a minute and yeah, JSON. Sorry, JSON. Yeah, method put. Yeah. Do you have a Kismet? I don't see a closing parenthesis. Do you have that closing parenthesis there at the end of quotes collection? Or sorry, at the end of DB collection? Okay, we're back in server.js. So just make sure that quotes collection, where is it? I'm sorry. So quotes collection should be inside of, make sure you got your scope correct there, Kismet. Quotes collection should be declared inside of your Mongo client.connect and inside of your then. Make sure it's in the right location as well. Yeah, you got to make sure that your scope is correct. So Kismet, it has to be here. It can't be anywhere else. It needs to, because otherwise you're going to have a scope error. Oh, piece of shoot might have got it. So, JSON, do you see what piece of shoot said? You have a missing comma somewhere. So, look at your main JS. Is anything underlined? Is anything underlined in red in your main JS, JSON? Check and see if you have any missing commas. Body is underlined. Yeah, okay. So that means you probably don't have a comma after headers. Look for those underlines. That'll tell you what's wrong. Yeah, there you go. Now, don't forget to save it. That should work. All right, I'm going back to server.js. Okay, kiddo. So you need me to scroll down? Put? Okay. This is after it's already been updated, so it's not the original console log, but so there's the app.put. Well, if you've already updated app.put, you won't see the quotes anymore in the browser because we took that out. So we replaced it with all this stuff. This find one and update. Actually, I haven't even tested this yet. I probably should. So it's still up there. You can still see it. I'm just gonna test it. Just reload this. I'm gonna see, so if this is working correctly, then we should be able to replace the first Yoda quote with a quote written by Darth Vader. Okay, so the Yoda quote up here is "Do or not, there is no try." So theoretically, if we run this, we should be able. This should get replaced with a Darth Vader quote. All right, so I'm going to replace. Ooh, I got an error. Let's see. Oh wait, no, or did I? No, I think that's okay. Well, let's try it. All right, so it may have been replaced. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh this, and let's see what happens. Oh no, it worked. It's just a lot of gobbledygook. So look, that first Yoda quote got replaced with the Darth Vader quote. So it didn't update the U in CRUD. Yeah, we'll refine this. It's pretty janky right now, right? But we'll refine it as we go. Yeah. So you click the replace, and then right now we have to manually refresh the page to see the update. It has to re-render it. Yeah, you need to have a quote with the name of Yoda for it to work. I kept clicking and I didn't realize it replaced 3 quotes. Make sure that you don't have like a space after Yoda or anything like that. Yeah, because Ashax, is it normal at this point for every time I click the button to get the same Darth Vader quote? Yes, because we hard coded that quote. It's just going to overwrite it with the same quote every time. Oh, good night, Deb Dipper. Feel free to catch the end on the VOD later on. Yeah, there's a space after Yoda. I figured as much. Yeah, that'll do it. Spaces are the bane of your existence when you're trying to do exact matches on stuff. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it is. It is 11:37. So, all right, we have done the C. We have done the R. We have done the U. The only thing left is the duh. Yeah. So when we come back, we're gonna do the. Yes, I did break my record. I'm sure. You can do exclamation point uptime, and let's see how long I've been going. Exclamation point uptime. 5 hours and 10 minutes. Holy can I'm getting up into Rufio territory now. I'm getting up into marathon streamer territory, like Rufio and Varola. Okay, we're gonna take 5 minutes. We're gonna come back. We're gonna do the duh. And we're going to do the delete part of CRUD and finalize this bad boy. And then the very last thing we'll do is we're just gonna copy and paste the CSS and make it look pretty. Beat it by 25 minutes. Hey. I can beat Leon. Oh man, I don't want to. All right, 5 minutes. 5 minutes to the last part of CRUD. Okay. And I'll see you back here shortly. Okay, come on back, folks. Got about 30 seconds before we start back up and finish this bad boy. I don't know about you, but during the break, I have a piece of chocolate cake in the fridge, and I took it out and ate like 5 bites, like an animal, just cake. Needed some fuel. Okay. All right, I gotta shut that door, and then we'll get back to it. All right. Good night, Akechi. Cake, yeah. Only the best store bought cake for me. Okay. So we just did the C, the R, and the U. Now we're going to do the delete in CRUD. We refreshed the browser. We should see Darth Vader's quote as the first quote, which we did. We saw that this first quote, which was a Yoda quote, has been replaced by a Darth Vader quote. Hey, atheist, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Finally, we need to respond to the JavaScript that sent the put request. In either case, we'll simply send a success method. So at the very end of our put, we have all this find one and update stuff, blah, blah, blah. We have our then, and we can console log the result, and we can also send a success message. So we'll just say res.json, res.json success, and then we have our catch. So we just need to add that one line into our put. You had a curly brace crashing NodeMon. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So rec body is undefined for some reason for JSON. Yeah. So Jason Borden, look up here in your app.post and make sure that this statement is correct right here. Quotes collection.insert one, rec.body. Oh, Jason, that's not an error. That's not an error. I got that too. I think. So did you, Jason, did you actually refresh the browser and see what happened? Did you actually see, did you actually refresh it and see if your Yoda quote got replaced? Rank that body. Yeah, you got it, Jason? Yeah, it's not an error. It's just like the read back. Yeah, that's so it's working properly, Jason. Yeah, and probably for you as well, ACM. Tucker, did you have a Yoda quote to replace? So you click the button. So here's how it works. You click the button, and then you also have to refresh the browser to confirm. Yeah, and that's fine, Jason. We're just logging that. That's we're actually we're actually console logging that result. You can get rid of that if you want. It's just a console log. Yeah, Tucker. You only had the one, so that's what we want. So if it replaces the one, and then and then there's no more to replace, it's going to keep adding to it. It's just gonna add more. That we coded it that way. We're gonna do it at the very end, piece of shoot, and I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on it. I'm just probably gonna grab the CSS from the GitHub file and dump it in because there's a lot of it. So I don't want to spend time on that, but I do want it to look decent. I have a lot of Vader quotes. Yeah, if you didn't refresh your browser and you just kept clicking the button, you might end up with a lot of them. But that's okay. We're going to have a delete. We're going to have a delete, and that's going to take care of some of that for us. So yeah, here, I'll grab the GitHub again if you need it. Oh, I'm sorry. Gosh, I didn't even realize I forgot to turn on my webcam. Whoopsie. There we go. We've been going for a long time. All right. Okay. So we added in our success. And we're handling the response from the server via a then object. We do this because fetch returns a promise. However, fetch is slightly different from most promises. You need to use another then object to get the response from the server. Okay, so we're going to go to our fetch. And again, they're switching wildly between files here again. So we have to switch from our server.js, which we were just working on, and I'm going to save this so we have it, and we're switching back to our main.js because remember the keyword here is the response from the server. So main.js is so server.js is handling the server side stuff, and main.js is handling the response from the server. So we're switching to main.js. Okay, and move this over a little bit. And we're modifying our fetch request. So at the end of the fetch, we need to add a then and a response. I don't know, Linda. Actually, the CSS is kind of cool. I like it. It's good. It makes it look kind of slick. I don't know. I thought it was. I mean, I just dropped it in. I didn't do anything with it, but it might be fun to modify. Okay. So at the end of our fetch, we're going to have a then. I want to make sure I get my brackets right here. So make sure you get it. Make sure you put it at the end of the fetch request. So outside of the closing brackets for the fetch, so the closing parenthesis for the fetch, you're going to add a then. And then res, my bad, that's wrong. Then res, and if res okay, return res.json. That looks a bit familiar. So we want the response back from the server. We want that to be essentially parsed as JSON, right? So we can do stuff with it. All right. So next, then response. Console log response. Okay. Now, after we've done that, now we'll see that success message. Remember that success message that we added to the server? Now, after we've sort of captured it in our main.js file, now we can actually console log it in the browser. So that's where that goes. So I'm going to save that. Garland asks, why is there so much switching between result and res? Poor choice of variable names. Yeah, agreed. Hey, Felice. Yeah, we're doing MERN stack. We are doing an app we're following a tutorial to build a full stack app in JavaScript, Express, Node, Node, Express, and MongoDB. Yeah, Rascal says, I was about to explain the logic. I don't think there is much logic here. Yeah. And Rascal 2 has posted the tutorial for you, Feliz, if you would like to take a look at it. Yeah. The Yoda quote, that was, remember what's the U in CRUD stand for? It stands for update. We overwrote it with a Darth Vader quote. Yeah. Okay, so let's test this out. Let's see if we see it in the console. So after the click on our update button, we should see a success in the console. Let's just see here. Let's see. Oh, I didn't refresh. Sorry. And make sure my server's running. Yeah, it's going. Okay. So let's do this. There we go. Okay, so see, it's console logged. Success. That's essentially just confirming that the button works as expected. And now if I reload this, I should see an extra Darth Vader quote. I do. Because there was no more Yoda quotes to overwrite, so it just went ahead and added an additional Darth Vader quote. Yeah, it was replaced by the dark side. Absolutely. Exactly. Okay. So we don't have to keep refreshing the browser as well. We're going to do one last thing. We are going to reload the window each time we update one of these quotes. So it'll just reload and we'll see the result immediately. Okay. So we have our fetch, we have our return res JSON, and then in our response, we're just going to say window.location. I'm going to overwrite this console log here. Window.location.reload is true. Yeah, it's in the browser console this time because this was a response back from the server to our local main.js file. Yeah. So we see that in the browser then. Well, JSON, did you follow the steps though? Did you click the button and then refresh the browser? Okay, so that should be set. Just caught up to the stream after somebody bugging. Oh, hey, Ethan, welcome back. Second aid. Oh, good deal. Well, Born, what you might try doing instead is just go ahead and just skipping to this part to in main.js, just do the reload. So it automatically refreshes the browser for you. So you don't have to worry about that sequence. Just maybe skip to this part and that will tell you immediately whether or not it's working, right? Because you'll click the button, it'll refresh and you'll see whether or not you have a new quote. That might be quicker. Okay, so now we should see that, right? So if I click the button, yeah. So I'm getting the successes. Let's see. I'm seeing multiple successes in there. And so it is reloading, but I'm not seeing the quote get written. Interesting. Okay, it's still not writing though. Okay. Window reload true. So I did I not? Because it shouldn't be console logging anymore because I got rid of that. Oh, there we go. Okay, I just didn't refresh the window. Yeah. There we go. Now it works. I didn't refresh the browser window. Yeah, and that's what it's supposed to be doing. That's what it's supposed to be doing, JSON. Darth Vader invades. See what it says it's doing? Replace the first Yoda quote with a quote written by Darth Vader. Well, if there's no Yoda quotes, then it's just going to add another one. Yeah, you're supposed to see that sentence. Yeah. Doop, doop, doop. Yeah. Well, Jason, did you add the reload? And also just refresh your browser window without hitting the button. Yeah, your reload isn't doing its job properly then, right? Well, you're getting the same quote because look right up here. What did we do up here? We hard coded a quote, right? It's going to print that same quote every time. That's the point of it. Yeah. We're replacing Yoda quotes, and if there's no more quotes to replace, we're going to write that same quote over and over again because we hard coded it. Yeah. Okay. So let's move on to delete. Just because I'm running out of steam here, so we gotta keep making some forward progress. All right. I'm not getting anything about it being window location reload being deprecated on my end. Normally it would cross it out if it's deprecated. Interesting. Okay, so delete, the last letter in CRUD. Delete operation can be triggered through a delete request. Yeah, mine's not. That's weird. It's similar to the update request. So this should be simple if you understand what we've done above. So we're doing something similar to the update. So we're going to want to delete the first quote by Darth Vader. So to get rid of some of that Darth Vader spam. So we're going to add a delete button similar to how we added an update button. And we're going to add that into our index.ejs. Okay, so before we added an update button, right? And now we're also going to add an additional section which adds a delete button. So it's just another div. It's just another div, and it says delete one Darth Vader quote. I'm going to correct the spelling because I have to. Delete one Darth Vader quote. Does nothing if there are no more Darth Vader quotes. Spelling and grammar. Correcting. There. And there. Okay. And there. It's wrong in every single place. Okay. Joda came to pick up where I left. Stream still running. Yeah. You can actually watch the VOD while it's still recording. So feel free to do that if you want to. Okay. Going to save that. So I've just added basically another section which has an additional button in it, which we're going to hook up to a delete command instead. Okay. So if I reload my browser, we can see that there's now an additional section down at the bottom with a delete button. That's all that's doing. Okay, so we're going to trigger a delete request now through another fetch when the user clicks the delete button. So we're going to add an event listener, and where we add that event listener is going to be inside of our main.js, just where we added the update as well. So pay attention here because we're going to also, don't forget you're going to need to declare the delete button as a constant. So of course they couldn't even keep the variable names consistent, but const delete button equals document.querySelector delete button. And we're going to add an additional event listener down here. And that delete add event listener is going to be on click. And similar parameters. Oops. Okay. And again, we're going to do another fetch. We're going to look at our quotes. And we're going to try to find one by Darth Vader and delete just one of them for each press. So on click, it's going to do a fetch against quotes. And the method this time, instead of put, remember it was put last time, the method this time instead of put is going to be delete. All right. Okay. So since we're deleting a quote by Darth Vader, we only need to send Darth Vader's name to the server. Remember, we have there's three possible things we could send, but in this case, we're not doing an update. We're just doing a delete. So we're just basically saying, hey, look for anything with the name Darth Vader and delete it. So we've already declared our method of delete, and we just also need to declare our headers here. Headers, again, content type is going to be application JSON, okay? And then we're going to need to send a JSON object. So that's going to need to be stringified. Because remember, JSON is essentially, it needs to be strings, right? It's not a straight object. It needs to be an object wrapped in strings, right? So we're searching for the name of Darth Vader, spelled correctly. Don't misspell it. Vader. And I need a comma after my headers. There we go. That gets rid of that little wiggly line. And then the final thing is just the same then and reload statements as up here. So I'm just going to copy and paste those from up above. So we're going to do the same thing. After we delete, we also are going to want to reload the window as well. All right, let's try it. This one went a lot faster. Let's see if it works, though. Let's see if I did it right. So theoretically, when I click that delete button, it should strip one Darth Vader quote at a time. Oh, and sorry, I need to also then handle the event on the server side as well. All right, so I'm saving this real quick, and then I'll switch over to the server one. Okay. So server.js, on the server side, we need to handle the result with the delete method. And JSON for your perusal, you can see here in app.put, look at the result there. Just add res.json success. Yeah. Okay. Now, so let's look at the big picture for a second. In our list of methods here, we have our get, we have a post, we have a put, and the last thing we need to add is app.delete. Because remember, these are all the letters in CRUD, just as a slightly different way. So post is create, get is read, put is update, and the last thing we need is app.delete. All right. So quotes, again, request and results. And we're going to handle the delete event in there. Piece of shoot, send me some energy. So similar to the put request, there's another method that we can use. So versus doing the update one, we're going to use a method called delete one. It lets us remove a document from the database, and it takes two parameters: query and options. Okay. So in this case, our query is we're just going to be querying against the name of Darth Vader. Okay, so our name, how could they not Google the spelling of Darth Vader, honestly? I'm sorry. I don't mean to disparage the creator of the tutorial, but Darth Vader. Okay, so the name is going to be Darth Vader. And however, you may recall, we just wrote that, right? We wrote that, we're already passing it from our fetch in our main.js. So we can just, instead of name Darth Vader, we could, if we wanted to, just say rec.body.name. In this case, it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other. It doesn't really matter either way. You're not really saving any time. Yeah, you got a little bit of a spicy mind. That's what you get after 5 hours. But it's probably good practice if you were making this into some kind of a variable that you could change, like look for, that might be a fun modification to make. If you wanted to modify this app, you could change it to look for the name of a different character each time and delete that. So in this case, we're going to kind of use it as just a pass through, right? Instead of hard coding it, so we can be flexible with it later if we wanted. All right, so the next thing is we need to set our options. In this case, we don't need to change any options, so we can omit our options. Cool. So I'll get rid of the comma so it doesn't error out. Oh, and I don't have the delete one. Whoops. So I need to add quotes collection, delete one, because that's what we're doing, right? We're deleting one item. And it's going to be an item with the name of whatever we're passing from the fetch request. In this case, it's Darth Vader. Okay, so we did that. And then we're going to have a then. And we're going to send the result back. Result is going to be res.json deleted Darth Vader's quote. Oops. Gotta do some double quotes here. Okay, delete Darth Vader's quote. There we go. And the very last thing then is the catch, which should just hopefully console log any errors should we get them. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it could be a language thing. They could, it could be spelled differently in other countries. Yeah. Juan Vader. I mean, you could change rec and res to like whatever you wanted them to be. It doesn't have to be. I mean, they're settable by you. So. Oh, they fixed the spelling in the. Did they fix the spelling in the GitHub? Aha, interesting. The plot thickens. I mean, yeah, Rascal. That's true. I mean, they don't just appear to be similar to request and result. That's what they're short for. So, okay, all right. We'll save this. Now, theoretically, when we click the delete button, the browser will send a delete request through the fetch to our Express server. Then the server responds by either sending an error or a success message back. Okay, let's try it. So I'm going to refresh the browser here, and I want to get rid of some of these extra quotes. So let's see what we get. Oh, look, it took off the top one. It took off the second one. Now, if it's working correctly, it should skip Luke and Obi-Wan, and it should go down to this next one here. Hey, nice. 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 Okay, good deal. So it's working correctly. And also, too, if we look at the back end, let's see what's happening there. So I deleted a bunch of those Darth Vader quotes. So let's see what things look like on the database side of things. Let's see. I forget which one is mine. We'll reload this and let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So it's actually, and don't forget, it's performing these update and delete operations on the database itself. It's not just doing it on the local data or like the server side data. It's actually doing it in the database itself. Yeah. So we're performing real, read, write, update, delete um, operations against our live data. So that's pretty neat. When you're working like down on the server side of things, it can be easy to forget that you're actually manipulating the actual data that's stored in the cloud. Can you give an example of use cases? Yes, absolutely. So this is basically how you build full stack apps. Because think about the way you use apps, right? You want your app data to be available to pretty much anyone, anywhere, at any time. And so you need that data to be stored in some kind of centralized location. Previously, we've really only done apps that work locally, right? Like on our machine, and that don't really have a lot of like data retained with them. They have data and then you refresh the browser and the data is gone. Well, in this case, that data is persisting in a cloud environment. It's saved forever until we change it. And that data is stored there. So think about how you could use that, right? You could use it to store user data, email addresses, really any data that you want. And you'll be able to access that data at any time and modify it or update it or delete it as much as you need to. So this is really how apps really work. They store this data. It's accessible anywhere, and it's modifiable as well. Yeah. Okay. Oh, hydrate. Yep. That's the delete stuff there. Yeah. So we're finally getting into some. Oops, sorry. We're finally getting into some real world type stuff with how we can build apps that actually function like real ones do. Yeah. Okay. Delete button goes at the top here. It's just an event listener like we normally do. Um, you know, we can just say document query selector, delete button, and assign that to a variable. Kind of how we usually do for like event listener stuff to make it a little shorter. Oh, horrific. I'm sorry. Dang it. Yeah, it's past midnight. I'm sorry you missed your daily upload. Yeah, you can backdate it. Just backdate it to yesterday. Everyone getting in some backdating practice, sponsored by the Mayan Wolf stream. Indeed. I will take up all your time. Yeah, I've backdated tons of mine just to sort of even it out a little bit. Yeah, just there's no harm in that. You know when you got it done, right? You just didn't upload it in time. Oh, thanks, Sky Lily. This is the bottom Terrashon. That's it. There's no more. Bob, wow, your experience in JavaScript is non-existent, but still a good stream. Well, I commend you for following along. We're doing some wild stuff in here. Uh, I don't have a VOD on backdating, but Rufio does. My fellow stream team member. Let me see if I can shout him out real quick. Shout out. Probably get this wrong. Hello, it's Rufio. Maybe? Yeah, all right. There. So that links to their channel. They have on their channel. They should theoretically. I don't know if it's still on their channel. They may link to their YouTube though. They should have a video on GitHub and backdating. That's pretty good. If you put the VOD on YouTube, there may be a few days left in it. Okay, yeah, but they did do a whole stream on that, so I'd check with that. Okay, let's keep on trucking. Make sure, Jason, make sure I don't think you probably didn't close your event listener. Got to get those end brackets on there. Match the brackets to mine. Okay, so last little bit here. If there are no more Darth Vader quotes to delete, then the deleted count will be 0. So we can just warn the user that there's no more quotes to delete. You deleted all my Vader quotes. It was a lot of dark side. Yeah. All right. So we can just send a quick message to the browser. And this will be in our server.js. So after our deletion is done, yeah, and actually, so DevQuest, you can do it all. That's a great suggestion. You don't even actually have to do the amend, so you can do it all in one. You don't have to do a commit first. You can actually just do git commit dash dash date and then put the date in. Yeah, so it can be like it's one less step. So you can do something like git commit date yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to do that first step. You can just do git commit. Here, I'm putting it in chat here. This is the commit message. Yeah, so you can just do that and that will work as well. Looks like Young also there shared maybe even an alternative way to do it. Yeah. Oh, you're good, Young. No worries. Okay. So last thing, we're going to head over to server.js. We're going to head over to server.js and we're going to make one more change to our app.delete. We're just going to add a let's see, I'm making sure I get this in the right place. Inside of our result, so inside of our first then, we're going to add a short if statement that essentially says if result.deleted count is 0, then just warn the user that there's no more quotes to delete. So I'm just going to grab that and I'm going to put it before my res.json. And it's just a little extra warning for the user. Yeah, Jason, like I mentioned earlier, you're missing a closing parenthesis somewhere. Probably at the end of your event listener. Okay. So I'm going to save that. Linda, you can just look at the GitHub if you'd like. I'll link to it again here. You can just look at their GitHub and hopefully that'll be helpful for you. I just pasted it in chat there. Okay. And we're also going to go ahead and add a message in the HTML to essentially tell it also in the DOM. So we're going to add an element where we can tell users about this message. So inside of our index.ejs, we can essentially add it. I'm just going to add it below our div for our Darth Vader quotes. Because it doesn't tell us where to add it. So we're going to add div ID, a new div with the message. And we'll save that. So this is in our index, right? Now we're just jumping around all over the place. We're going to go back into our main.js. Well, that's the thing. So we added one to the console, Amila. Now we're adding one into the DOM. So they want it to be both places. So we're going to add another div for the message inside of index. And then we're going to head to our main.js. See where I added this div? Right here? Well, that's because Amila, it'll only show up if you don't have any more Darth Vader quotes to delete. If you do, then you won't get that message. So we're going to head over to our main.js, and inside of the delete button, let's see where we put it. Okay, so we have our fetch, which is right here. So our fetch is here, right? And then we have our first then. So we're going to skip past that. Now in our second then, we're going to put all of this stuff here. So inside of our second then, right here where it says response, we're going to say if response is no quote to delete, we're going to set that div text content to be no Darth Vader quote to delete. All right, so then response, do that. Okay. Else, we're going to go ahead and reload the window. So I'm changing the syntax slightly to make it into an if-else statement. Okay, so see what I did there. So I took that second then, and I said if response equals no quote to delete. So if the response we got back from the server, remember we told the server to send a response of no quote to delete. Now in our main.js folder, we're saying, all right, if that's a response we get back, then log that into the DOM so the user can see it. Else, just go ahead and reload the window and delete the quote. Okay. And did I accidentally delete the catch, or was that just never there? I see it there now, but I don't think no, it was never there. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. All right, I'm going to go without it for now. Because essentially we're done. So I just want to make sure that this works. Catches are pretty easy to add. All right. This. All right. Let's see. I've got a few more Darth Vader quotes to delete. Oh, and I'm sorry. I need to change the spelling. That's important. To me, anyway. Well, Noam, are you getting any errors? Anything in the console? Or anything in your terminal? Any errors at all? Okay, so good. It's deleting the quotes. Perfect. Now let's see what happens when we don't have any more to delete. One more. Click. Ooh, no. All right, what do we got here? We got an error. Uh-oh. Message div is not defined. Okay, that's fair. Let's see. Oh, yep, that's because I forgot to set my message div. I forgot to declare that as a variable. I figured that. Okay, last thing. There we go. Now that should work. Yeah, second aid kit response is not defined. So it could be that they say like res, response, all various things. It could be that it's just slightly mislabeled. Okay, let's reload this and we'll try again. There we go. Okay, so now there was no Darth Vader quote to delete, so it gave me that appropriate message. Perfect. Yeah, you all identified it before I did. Civic and piece of shoot. Yeah, you guys got it. Okay, so functionally, this is done. The only last thing to do would be to just add the CSS and make it look nice. So in order to do that, what I did is, I mean, you should see the CSS for this thing. It is gnarly. So I just went to the GitHub and grabbed it from there. And now one thing you'll notice is that the CSS is stored in the public folder. It's right here. And you'll also need to link your CSS within your index.ejs, right? Because it's a style sheet. And so you need to link it within index.ejs. So two things. I'm going to go ahead and add a styles.css. Inside of public. And then I'm going to go ahead and link it. Oops. All right. I'm going to also go ahead and link it inside of my index.ejs. And I'm just going to make sure that I get that right. Yeah, okay. So I'm just going to copy that link file from the GitHub as well. Index.ejs. And I can put it right up here in the header. Okay, so that's linked together now. And we can just copy the CSS styles from the GitHub and have it populate that way. Public styles. And I'm literally just going to like do a copy on this. I think that's all of it. Yeah, it is. And drop that into my styles and save it. Now you'll notice that they are using grid here, which we haven't really learned yet, and that's okay. Yeah, link to the GitHub is oops, sorry. Yeah, and well, Rascal just shared it. You can use that link there. Thanks, Rascal. So they're using grid here, but let's just reload this and see what we get. So I'm going to close my console as well. Okay, so it's better, but not quite a cigar, right? It's not the way it's supposed to look in the you know, in the like in the picture, right? Or what we looked at the very start of this stream. Well, that's because, of course, there were some additional modifications made to the JavaScript that are not mentioned in the tutorial itself. Not a lot, just they added additional sections around a lot of the various elements. Yeah, they added various sections. Yeah, you're right, Anon. They added various additional sections. So you can feel free to look at their GitHub and grab all those. I'm going to also add them real quick. So close, the ending killed me. Okay, so we can sorry, we can look at theirs and just see what else they did. So their index EJS has additional sections that we do not have. So they have something like a data position header here in the H1. And then an additional section for the quotes and an additional H2. So just additional stuff, you know. That they didn't talk about. And data position everywhere, yeah. All right, so that's the end of that section. And then we also have the update quote for the second one. Oh, it's all out of order. Okay. So that's the post. And then replace this one with the quote written by Darth Vader. So I'm just going to move this up. And I'm literally just copying off of theirs. So if you're struggling, following this, I know I'm going fast, but just go to the GitHub and just look at their HTML for the order. Let's see, I'm going to grab this for the update. Because this is the least important part, right? We did all the hard work. This is just the formatting. This really doesn't matter. You don't have to do this if you don't want to. I'm just doing it because I like the way it looks when it's finished. Update quote, and then the next thing is the delete. So we're going to grab this whole div here. And put it above and wrap it in a section. Okay. And then the last thing is wrapping the quotes output in a section as well. And look, they don't even have the message. They don't even have this message div there. So apparently it doesn't matter. Oh boy. That's all right. We'll put that in the section as well. Okay. So theoretically, now things should look really nice with a nice grid layout. We'll see. There we go. That looks better. All nice and pretty laid out with grid, right? So yeah, I would highly suggest just going through their HTML file in the GitHub and copying the section layout. Oh, div ID. Okay. The div ID with the message should be inside of the delete. Sure. I can do that. All right. Put it right there and save. Cool. Yeah. So your CSS, you're going to just put it in there just like you would. But look at what folder. See what folder I put it in? Pay attention to that. Remember how we put our JavaScript inside of that public folder? When we link to it in our EJS, you're going to also want to put your style CSS inside of the public folder as well. That's probably why it didn't work. Kiddo, I would kill it first with Control C. Kill the server first with Control C, and then just restart it that way if you need to. It's probably though if it's struggling to restart, it's probably because you have an error somewhere. Yeah. Okay, so we should be done with this now. But we can confirm that it works. So we'll add an Anakin quote. It's wait, yeah, it's coarse, coarse there, coarse, and rough, and it gets everywhere. Oh no! Wait, did it not display, or did? Oh, it's just squished down there. It's squished down there at the bottom. Oh, because I'm zoomed in. That's why. There we go. Yeah, I was just zoomed in a lot. No aim. Rascal shared it a couple, just a couple chats down below there. All right, Civic. Thanks for coming. Thanks for sticking it out. Second aid kit. Okay, everyone. Now it's complete. Delete it and start over. Right? That's what Leon says. You gotta delete it and rewrite it. That's what I did. I did this whole thing earlier today, and now I did it again. It does help with understanding the second time around, I will say. Linda, I'll just do a different one. Oh, you're welcome, Ethan. So now, y'all, so let's think about this. 6 hours ago, we started with a blank sheet, right? And now y'all are ahead of the curve because what? It doesn't due until like Thursday or something, right? I forget. When is this due? So now you have more time to do other things in your life. Or is it Tuesday? Okay, well then fine. You have tomorrow to just do whatever you want. One job, please. Yeah. So now you have tomorrow. You don't got to worry about it. You don't got to put it off and then try to do it last minute. It's done. You got a mini cohort for tech interviews. Nice. Yeah. So now you got a little time to relax. Hopefully, if you're in the US, you can maybe enjoy the holiday, have a hot dog, shoot some fireworks if you're into that. Um, or maybe a wave a sparkler around. Yeah, no worries at all. Well, you could host it, ASHAX. You could host it somewhere, um, wherever that might be. Netlify, Heroku, something like that. Yeah, you just host it somewhere else. Hot dogs. All right, let's think about finding someone to raid. If you're still struggling with this, maybe just go back and fast forward to the part in the VOD where you started having trouble. The VOD was available immediately, like right now. You can watch it right now. It's being recorded live. So feel free, just fast forward to the spot maybe where you started having trouble. And hopefully that'll help you figure it out. Also, you have the link to the GitHub, right? You have the link to the tutorial. So hopefully between three of those things, the VOD, the GitHub, and the tutorial, that should hopefully help you troubleshoot if you are still having trouble. Yeah. Yeah, you can just log out as normal from Mongo. Okay, let me pull up somebody to raid. Give me 2 seconds, okay? Let's make somebody's day, huh? Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's going to echo. I was like, dang it, it's going to echo. I didn't catch it in time. Oh, I always do that. All right. Stream manager. Okay, and we're going to set up a raid. We're going to raid somebody. Ooh, y'all want to raid? Well, first, okay. Does anybody have any suggestions of someone in particular that they want to raid? Otherwise, I mean, Freckled Science is live, and we know that they're pretty fun. Oh, Pink Star, thank you. I hope everybody had a good time. I know we went long tonight, but that's what VODs are for. You can always chop it up and watch sections of it later. No, you're welcome. Okay, let's go ahead and raid Freckled Science because they're super fun. So I know they always have a lot of energy and they are super fun. So we're gonna set up that raid for them. All right. Thanks. Oh, good, Anon. I'm glad you had fun. All right. Raid is gonna start here in a little bit. It needs to queue up for us. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and raid now. I will see you all again on Wednesday. Looking forward to it. See you soon.